morning. Good morning, Impeccable. Be sure to hit that like button. All right, we are getting started. Hello, good people. I am Nancy Grace.
You followed me. You really did. You really followed
Nancy
me.
Grace. I mean Debra. I am Debra. Church of Debra here. We are covering the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial today. This is the 10th day of the trial. Right now we're waiting for court to start. As you can see, the attorneys are pretty much set up. Depp is with his girlies, and Amber Heard is also with her team. All rise.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session.
The judge just entered. This judge loves to be on time.
Good morning.
Loves to be on
All right,
time.
do we have any preliminary matters before? Okay. Sure.
So they're gonna, I'm guessing they have some evidence that they were supposed to turn in yesterday. They're turning in today maybe and going over that with the judge. They are going over that with the judge. Hopefully everybody's having a good morning. I hope y'all are having a good morning. Hello, honey. I hope you're having a good morning. You're doing good. Thank you so much, Impeccable, honey. Girls, if you're just joining, I'm Church of Debra. I am a legal analyst, 17 years in the business. Normally don't cover celebrity cases, but this one came to me and I said I had to. Everything I just said was obviously for comedy. That's not true. Girls, hit that like button if you're just joining. So we're just waiting for them to discuss some stuff. Yes, I did have breakfast, Impeccable. I had some overnight oats with some almond roca, sugar-free syrup, and blueberries, a tablespoon of flaxseed, and a tablespoon of chia seed, and they were phenomenal. I did not put any nut butter in them, but it was really, really good, I must say. It's really, really good. Again, I don't know why they have a window that goes right into one of the, defendant's eyes. It's so bizarre. You think they would have already fixed this because, I mean, so many times we have actually watched the light be so bright that it shines in Johnny's face. I don't know if they feel like the legal team, maybe they feel like they need the light to be shining like that. Maybe they feel like they can convince some of the jurors that it's the hands and the light of Jesus. Honey, I've heard everything this far, so I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked. You know, I feel like right now it's an uphill battle with Miss Heard. Yesterday, which in my opinion, my legal analysis, your analysis has been, it's an uphill battle. Because yesterday, in my opinion, was very, very damning. Dynabook. I've never heard of that kind of laptop brand before. DYNA book, Dynabook. Hello, Fractured. I'm sipping on a, what am I sipping on? A Red Bull. A Red Bull. A knockoff Red Bull, though. Thank God we finished that deposition yesterday because, honey, that deposition was insane. Soda Stream Red Bull. Thank you, Fractured. Do I feel like it doesn't hit you like a normal Red Bull, to be honest with you girls? Does not hit you like a normal Red Bull. Which might be a good thing, considering I am an older woman. Tea is the better option. Impeccable. Do you put anything in yours?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Make sure we're turned up as much as we can be. Probably so, Fractured. Because it's only $5. So it's almost the price of one Red Bull. And it makes like, I don't know, 30 liters. Which I don't make a liter of Red Bull. I don't know anybody that drinks a liter of Red Bull. I don't think that's normal. I do the half-liter bottles when I make mine. Impeccable. That sounds really good, honey. I would do that, but almond milk. So we're waiting for the jurors to come on out. All
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, your next witness.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Officer Tyler Haddon. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the first part of the testimony you will hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and then we'll let you know when Mr. Depp's counsel takes over the question.
All right, thank you. By deposition. Thank you.
Is this the officer that we witnessed the deposition from 2000 and... Oh God, I don't even know at this point. I think this
Please
is...
state your name and your business address.
Tyler Haddon, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles.
Oh, there's those icebreakers again. Johnny Depp is going crazy with them.
Approximately 5.5 years.
He's eating them,
Did
though.
you serve in any law enforcement capacity prior to coming to the LAPD?
No,
I don't like all the smiling that goes on, to be honest with you girls.
When you said approximately 5.5 years, do you recall?
Okay, so this is
approximately
another
you started
officer.
employment with the LAPD?
approximately November of
It's
2015.
a possibility, Fractured. You never know.
Did you attend the police academy prior to November 2015, or did you attend it after you became employed by the LAPD?
Well, they want to get all the
November
information.
2015?
Could we turn
I
that
began the
volume?
academy in 2015, that November.
That volume's a little loud. Thank you.
It's a little loud. It's a little low on my end,
And
sis.
how long were you with the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
And when did you start as a patrol
Hi, my name's
officer
Nancy
with the
Grace.
LAPD?
Hello, Kai. Good morning, honey.
6 months after November.
Can you recall your date when you started patrol?
I don't recall the exact date, no.
And that would be end of May of 2016?
Baloney.
Correct.
Objection, your handy.
And was the first training officer that you worked with on patrol Melissa Syons?
Yes.
Question, when did you first have body-worn video assigned to you?
Baloney.
I'm
Leading the
not sure of
witness.
exact date.
Approximately when?
Approximately 3 months into working patrol. So maybe during the summertime.
The summer of 2016?
Correct.
Girls just coming in. If you wouldn't mind hitting
When
that
you
like
started
button, I'd really
working with
appreciate it. Let's
Melissa
algorithm know that
Syons
we're
as your
covering this
training
honestly.
officer, did Officer Syons have body-worn video?
Not at the time I worked with her.
How much training did you have on domestic violence while you were at the academy?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
Approximately how much?
Good morning, Sunny. Good morning,
20
Bryson.
hours, approximately.
Fractured, did impeccable.
So, just to make sure that I understand,
Lilo?
because we had a few disjointed questions and answers. So it was your understanding as of May 2016 that if you answered a call for domestic violence and there was evidence of a crime, even if the victim did not want to press charges, that you had to take a report. Is that correct?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
So your best recollection today
Hello,
is
Kylie.
that you had been on patrol as a probationary officer.
Yeah, I'm going to turn up the gain for you girls because it is a little low on my end and I'm having a hard time hearing it since the other team wanted it turned
Do
down.
you recall any of the other incidents that you reported to that evening of May 21st, 2016?
No.
At all? Any part of them?
Nope.
So this was new for you working with Officer Syons, is that correct?
Correct.
And as the probationary officer, then you would defer to Officer Syons, is that fair?
Correct.
And if you could just describe to me what your understanding of Officer Syons' role was to
Officer
you as your
Syons'
training
role?
officer in May
What was
2016.
that?
To teach me and guide me on how to become complete the duties of being a law enforcement officer.
Officer Haddon, under your understanding of the LAPD rules in 2016, if a victim of domestic violence said that the altercation was only verbal, would that require you to write a report?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the first page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1.
I was going to say they're not showing us the witness today. Here we go.
It's actually number 3, my apologies.
Incident,
And this is an
PD,
incident
Delphine,
recall.
Penthouse
Do
3.
what is your understanding
Some of
what
the
this
information has been
document is, Officer
redacted,
Haddon?
obviously.
It's essentially what is given to us on our computer.
And what do you mean is given to us on our computer?
In our
Options.
car.
Right, so what happens?
So when we're assigned a radio call, the radio call comes to our computer in our car, and this is what we see on our screen, but in a different format.
Now, how was this particular call characterized by the dispatch, at least initially?
Initially, it was dispatched as a domestic radio call.
Okay. And what does domestic radio call mean to you?
Wow, what was that?
That there's some
Thank you
type
so
of
much,
whether
Dylan,
it's
honey.
disagreement all the way up to
Girls just join if you wouldn't
a
mind hitting that
violent crime
like
that's
button.
occurred between two
The
people
YouTube
are
thing.
in some type of relationship or have some children in common.
So, Officer
Well, this
Haddon,
was back in
this comes out into
2021.
the system, and it's accessible
And this is
by
in Los
all
Angeles,
of
so
the LAPD black
Pretty
and
sure it
whites
was
that are on
Mass Man
patrol
Day.
that night, correct?
Yes, whoever is logged in and working that night, I could look up any division's radio calls if I wanted to.
And then it has a DS and then ER after stat. What does that mean?
DS means dispatched.
Okay.
ER means we're en route.
So at 8:46 and 37 seconds p.m., your vehicle was en route to 849 South Broadway, correct?
Oh, well.
Correct.
Do you recall
We
how
know where the
far away
penthouse
you
is
were?
now because on the other
I don't
thing,
recall.
they blacked it out.
And then it says primary unit,
What?
PP1A1-W3. What is that?
That's my call assignment. So the PD is police department.
Right now they're viewing a
111 is my
deposition
car
that was
assignment.
recorded for this
W3 means I
officer.
work
Yesterday
watch
they
3.
they reviewed a deposition from another officer that came to the
Then
penthouse
we have at
from the incident in like
2057, which is
2013 or 14 or
8:57
15,
PM.
whenever it happened.
That is
The deposition
AS.
was
What does that
taken.
mean?
At scene.
Last
We're there.
year. So this
Right,
is
so
another
you,
officer
So you arrived at the
that they're
scene
reviewing a
at
deposition.
8:57 p.m., correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
We walked to the location.
Do you recall
I don't know
anything
about
that you did
heads,
before you
OJB.
went up to the penthouse?
We
I mean, he's
walked
not a bad looking
in
man. It's just
and
the opioids.
met with
and
security who
he
showed us
reminds
where
me of
the elevator was.
Elvis before he
Did you
died.
do
I think.
anything
Very
else?
bloated.
Not that I recall.
But your best recollection is that you went in, you talked to security, and then you went on an elevator, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the apartment, the penthouse?
No, I don't.
Oh, it does sound like Barbara Walters.
Then your
So the
next
one speaking
entry
right now
here
was
is
the
21:22.
lawyer that was in the yellow dress
So that would
yesterday.
be
Well,
9:22
the
p.m.
yellow
and
top.
57 seconds.
she didn't have a
Yeah.
yellow dress. She had a
Met
Navy
with
blue.
victim, checked lock, verified husband left location, victim advised verbal. Do you see that?
hmm
Who wrote that?
That's what we write when we put the comments of the call of what happened in the radio call. That's what we wrote.
So do you recall whether that was you that wrote that or Officer Science?
I don't recall who wrote it.
All right. And so you were back in your vehicle by 9:22, is that correct?
objection, leading the
Approximately, yeah.
witness.
Well, if you wrote this at 9:22, would it be fair to say you were back in your vehicle writing this?
Yes.
Objection.
Okay. Now, did you take a report?
We issued a business card.
I asked, did you take a report?
No,
Why not?
There was nothing wrong with her.
because the victim didn't request a report, and during our investigation, didn't reveal that we needed to take a report.
Oh,
So
it's damning again.
decided
This
to
is the
use the
second
word
officer
victim
stating that there was
advised
nothing wrong with
verbal?
Amber Heard.
Dispute.
Whoever created the comments of the call used the word victim. Whoever gave the comments of the call used the word victim. So I don't know.
They
who that
used
was.
the term victim when you call
And I'm
911.
even more specifically,
She's trying to
asking
place
who chose the language
you know, like
advised
she was a
verbal
victim.
dispute.
Like obviously she was
It either my
her.
partner or I. I don't recall who.
Now, what is the significance of writing down verbal dispute?
We're writing what happened, what we believe is happening, and what our investigation revealed.
But you were not present at any time.
Here we go
when
again. This is the second
Ms.
officer,
Heard
honey.
discussed.
Girl,
whether
she is
there
really
was any
trying to make it
type of
seem
verbal
like
argument.
everybody's
Is
just
that correct?
didn't
Was I
see
there?
it happen.
Yes. Was I speaking
Nobody
to
ever seen
her?
Amber Heard
No.
get attacked by Johnny
Was
Depp,
there any
honey.
discussion
For
of
years.
verbal argument in your presence when you were up in the penthouse investigating?
Not that I recall.
And you did not hear Ms. Heard
Hello,
say that
Coffee
it was
Holly.
only a verbal dispute, correct?
I did not.
Now, I asked you a little earlier if it's a verbal dispute, whether that triggers having to write a report. And you indicated that it does not. Am I accurately characterizing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, here, in addition to the victim advised verbal dispute, says and refuse to give any further information. You see that?
Yes.
Question, okay, so if the victim does not want to press charges and advises that it's a verbal dispute, then that would not trigger you writing a report. Is that your understanding of LAPD?
So that's LAPD's lawyers.
Policies and procedures on domestic violence at that time.
Correct. There were other circumstances that were also within this incident as well.
What do you mean by that?
Objection, your handy.
During our investigation, we had other reasons to believe that this was true.
Malarkey.
I'm sorry, during your investigation, you had other reasons to believe what was
Good
true.
morning, Maddie.
That it was a verbal dispute.
And what did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
Or Danish.
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, the Miss Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the victim, or correction, the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
At this time, that's all.
Okay. Now, you recall seeing that Ms. Heard was in tears and was crying and red-faced. Would you agree?
Correct. From a distance.
Well, from a distance, Ms. Heard was in tears, crying, and had a red face, correct?
Correct.
Why did you issue a business card?
It's part of our policy. We're supposed to issue a business card, and it shows that we were there and completed an investigation. And
I'm looking up the penthouse
she
now.
would like
'cause
us
it's
to come back.
849
We
South
offered that
Broadway,
assistance
Los
that we
Angeles,
can
California.
come back at another time if
See
she
what it
feels
looks
like
what
she
the
needs
building
us to come
looks
back.
like.
Did you take any notes at all?
This building
Notes of
is
what?
big. It's not.
Notes during the time that you were
Jesus.
investigating this call?
No.
Did you take any notes after you got
Girl,
back
y'all
down
are
to
gonna
your
fall out
car
when y'all see
about
this.
the call?
No.
Did you take any pictures?
No.
Did you record anything?
No.
Would it be fair to say that on 5/21/2016 at 9:22 p.m., you and your training officer, Science, considered this incident closed?
I said, yes, that is correct. At that
This is the
time,
penthouse.
we pressed enter and the call went off my screen. meaning it
Very
was
Art
completed.
Deco.
Did you ever have anything come up on your screen again relating to this incident that evening?
Not that I recall.
All right. At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at 9:22 on 5/21/2016, did you know
Skyline's
that
not as
this
pretty.
call
New York,
involved
Chicago
Johnny
will
Depp?
have pretty skylines.
No.
Los Angeles
Did
really
you-
doesn't.
At the time that you closed this out on your screen, did you recognize Amber Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
And is it fair
Oh,
to
she
say
doesn't like that.
you
Nobody recognized her.
considered these people to be, quote, just citizens, end of quote?
That's correct.
Did you have any communications at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May 21st,
Yeah, it kind of is kind. Might be the
2016?
same
No,
designer.
not that I recall.
So the next thing we're going to go to,
Because I'm sure the building was probably built the same time when Big Blue was a hospital. So probably the
CAD
same designer
summary,
that
which
did the
is at
hospital did
page
that
12
one.
of exhibit number 3. And this is a CAD summary report, and it also has the name DFAR report at the top, and it's for 5/21/2016, and says specifically officers
Girl, I wish
Haddon and
the
Officer
quality wasn't so bad. We could
Sines.
actually read
You
some of
see that?
this.
Yes.
Typically,
Speeding
when you
traffic.
would arrive for your shift,
Hmm.
was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into your vehicle and log on and go forward?
Yes.
All right. What
Uh-oh. It's in the feed, girls. It is in the feed. Well,
Radio calls pending.
there we go.
Okay.
They
And
had an
so
issue.
how long would it typically take for you to do all those things, from putting your uniform on through the time you
This is
start
March
checking for
11th,
radio calls?
2021.
I'm not sure. Approximately an hour.
All right. How many people, how many police officers, patrol officers were part of that roll call?
I don't know the exact number. I would say approximately 30.
Okay. And when you said you had to stand in line to check out your equipment, was it all 30 of those patrol officers that would get in line?
She's
and
going to
check
ask
out
them
their
the same thing
equipment?
she asked the other
Yes,
officer.
and supervisors.
Where'd you put your notebook?
Okay. And what equipment were you checking out that night?
A shotgun, a less lethal
I feel
shotgun.
like Johnny Depp, if he's able to have a
mics
career
for
after
our
this, if he
cameras inside the
wins,
car,
he's going to do
pouches for our
a cop
mics,
movie. It's
batteries
like
for our
he's
radios,
learning stuff for a
keys
for a
for the
movie. Look
cars.
at him.
taser.
Taser, okay.
I think that's about it right now.
Right.
Do you have a recollection of there being cameras inside your car back on May 21, 2016?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, when you arrived at the penthouse, you saw that there was a female.
Who was that, Doobie? I don't remember that one.
Ms. Heard,
You
correct?
talking about the other officer?
I believe it was when
Officer.
I was leaving
Officer?
the location, when we were getting ready to leave.
Okay. Now, you believed that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying.
I can't believe Johnny actually used this little
refusing,
slider thing.
uh,
Girl, on my mugs, I just have it open
and
at all
she didn't
times.
know initially whether she wanted to file a report.
Oh,
or
the
not,
break.
and then
I'm
she didn't want to
sorry.
file a report,
Totally,
correct?
Doobie.
Correct.
Girls, if y'all wouldn't mind hitting that like button.
You said
I really would
that
appreciate
Officer
it.
Science told you later that Ms. Heard called the number on the business card. Do you recall when Officer Science told you that Ms. Heard called the number on the card?
No, I don't remember.
Be so glad when they outlaw
Do
the
you
mask.
recall
It's hard. I feel like you're getting
approximately how much time
catfish.
you
You don't know
spent
who's hot or not.
At the penthouse, speaking with either the bail
It could be a
or with Ms.
win-win,
Heard, or
you
looking
know,
at
or
the
a win-loss.
premises that night.
He's cute, maybe
Don't
he's
recall
not.
right now.
It's hard to tell. Right now, he kind of looks like Chris
Roughly, whether it
Pratt.
was 15 minutes, a half hour.
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a
You
look
get
at
with
what is
him and you're
marked
like,
as deposition
okay, he takes
exhibit
off the
number
mask. You're like, can you put it
17.
back
I'll just
on?
scroll down so you can see that.
Put it back on.
Do you recognize the person in this photo?
His
I
hair is a
believe
little
that's
short.
Heard.
All right. Is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st,
Actually, can you double mask?
2016?
Just put this
when you
mask all
arrived
over your
sometime
entire hand,
after
if you wouldn't mind.
9:04 p.m.?
Thank you so much.
And do you recall
Yeah.
seeing the
Put this
red
back
marks
over your head too, honey, for
that
me.
are reflected
Thank
on
you.
this exhibit number
You got
17
insurance?
on
Okay,
this
put
card?
another back. Put this
No, I was
plastic
never
one
this
over you.
close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen,
Oh my God, he really does look like Chris Pratt.
this
If he had
mark
the hair
close enough
of Chris
to be able
Pratt,
to
you would
see
swear
it,
it's Chris Pratt.
would you have believed you had an obligation to prepare a report?
But you know, Chris Pratt
No, because I don't
did
know
a lot
what
of
this is
stuff
from.
to look as good as he
Right.
looks now because he was very, he was kind of chubby.
Would you agree
He,
it's a red mark
used to have
on
that
her
beard and
Yeah.
just wasn't very
From what
kept
I
up.
saw
But
was
now he really
Red
is.
from her crying. There was no red marks from any other thing, it was consistent with her crying.
Yeah. No marks, no red marks.
Does this
wrong
look
with
like
her.
a red
Just
mark that's
crying.
from crying? Officer Haddon,
He's laughing right here.
because
he knows it's bullshit.
Does it appear that there's an injury on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No,
You would say that doesn't evidence an injury?
no,
Why not?
because I don't see an injury.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18.
Girl, I mean, this is so damning to her.
do you
Again, somebody
recognize
else
this
is like, there's
carpeting?
nothing wrong with her.
No.
Officer Haddon, what do you see in this picture?
I see stripes with some type of stains on to be a possible flooring.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of seeing stains on the flooring
This lawyer's going to yell at him for not being able to
outside of
identify an
Ms.
invisible
Heard's
injury.
penthouse that night of May 21st, 2016?
At this point, not that I recall.
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall, what do you mean by that?
It's 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Haddon exhibit number 19.
It's just
Do you
insane.
recognize the business card?
Yes.
And tell me.
I mean,
what
this
you
is
can recall of
basically,
that.
he got with a
Well, that's
Lifetime
my
original.
handwriting, and those
character.
are our LAPD business cards.
She was probably just rubbing her cheeks with
the
her
next thing on
hand,
there
you
is
know, to do like a
refused
rug
report.
burn or whatever.
Do you see that?
She just gave
Yes.
up.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Ms. Heard did not want to press charges?
Hello, girls. Coming in. We're up
She
at
spoke
21
with my partner,
viewers.
and that's what my
10
partner
likes if
advised
you
me.
wouldn't mind hitting that like button.
Were you ever in the room when Ms. Heard either, quote, refused report or refused to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final chance before we gave her the business card if she needed medical treatment or a report, and she declined at that time, and that's when we issued this business card.
And what did you mean by report?
An official
Hello,
investigative
Chloe.
report.
Is that the victim's
Whoa,
choice
they
to write?
fixed the audio.
Whether
Thank
you write
God.
an official report?
Yeah. A citizen can ask for a report for anything.
Finally, I
essentially,
can
with
hear it
LAPD.
like you girls can. Now let me turn it down for you girls
But-
so it won't be so loud.
Do you have an obligation as an
Jesus.
LAPD patrol
Finally.
officer to write a report if you see injuries or property damage?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
And when you say if there's evidence of a crime, would injuries and property damage constitute evidence of a crime?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
Okay. Is there something different about what you're saying than what I'm asking? Well, I'm trying to understand when I say if you see evidence of injuries and property damage, is that evidence of a crime in your mind?
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
Exactly.
Did you have any reason to believe that Amber Heard created any injuries to herself or to the property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, because I don't recall seeing any damaged property or her obtaining any injuries or having invisible injuries that I saw.
Now it says.
Oh my God, I just thought of
advised
another
him to
thing.
call at later time
When they were,
if
when Johnny Depp's
changes
team was
mind.
asking what pills
What if any discussion
her
did
assistant
you
would
have
pick
with
up for
Officer
Amber Heard, one of them was
Sines about
Accutane.
what that meant?
Well, that
which
goes with what I said
Accutane
earlier
can
was
cause redness and
the citizen
flushing of the
can make a
face
report
and
about
also
anything.
eczema.
Anytime it's called
Eczema,
investigative
not
report, or just an
eczema.
incident
Not
report.
eczema.
So
Eczema.
if she wanted
It
a
can cause
report, then she'd
redness
call
due to
back and say
drying.
report.
So I'm pretty sure
But at that point, you have already written into your
her face being
system
flushed when she
that
was
the
upset,
victim
that would make
advised
sense.
verbal dispute only, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record, did you, of anything that transpired there?
Just the business part.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Miss Heard?
Well, do you recognize her as Ms. Heard?
This person's on Accutane.
I had no idea who she was.
Do you recognize the person in this picture on Haddon exhibit number 24?
Oh, getting a little angry, aren't we,
person
Henny?
Who was the subject of your and Officer Sines reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening?
Correct.
The
All right, so
photos
let's
Amber
go to,
took
exhibit
to
number
post,
24.
I'm going to show you one of them.
And do you,
It's like photos.
what do you see
that
in this
someone
picture
makes
with
when they're
respect
doing,
to
like,
whether
before
there's
and
an
after?
injury depicted on Ms.
I mean, you
Heard?
can tell
I
she's
see
just
a
it's so
female
full of
light fair
crap.
skin with cheek.
I'm sorry, with a what?
Pink cheek and pink eyes.
This is one of the photos she took personally.
Do you
Literally me every morning I wake
recognize
up.
that
Redness,
as a potential injury on her
purple
face?
under my eyes.
Knowing what our
Notice she
investigation
didn't show the
revealed,
other face
no,
because
it's-
it
that pink's
matches.
consistent
It's
with mine.
symmetrical. Dark circles around your eyes, honey. I can't. This is insane.
What do you mean by what your investigation revealed?
That it was a verbal dispute. And she refused that she had any injury.
And just so we're clear again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard
Oh, my God.
when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you, as a police officer investigating, if you saw this, what's depicted in this picture, would you believe that you need to investigate further?
Yeah, I would need additional information. Just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean that something happened. They could be,
Right.
They should be sad and crying that their dog died.
Exactly.
Did you engage in any further investigation?
No, the only investigation I did was part of speaking with my partner.
You could be
and
sad and
then,
crying because her dog died.
Speaking with the witness. With the witness, the next door neighbor.
And what did you discuss with the witness, the next door neighbor?
I tried to obtain information of what occurred.
What did you ask?
Who, what, when, where, why.
And what did he say?
I don't remember his exact words, but he wasn't very coming with the information. I had very vague information.
I mean, it's
as far
5 years
as
ago when this
what he
happened.
was telling me.
What do you specifically recall the witness telling you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall at all?
I don't recall specific
5 years
words.
ago. He talks to millions of
Do
people.
you recall the witness taking you around and showing you property damage in the penthouse?
No, I recall my partner and I doing a protective sweep, and that's it.
You don't recall Josh Drew being with you and taking you through?
I don't recall if someone else was with us or not.
Do you recall one way or the other?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, you have a recollection of you and Officer Science going through the entire penthouse, is that correct?
We did a protective sweep of the location that she was at.
And tell me what you mean by protective sweep.
Oh my
We walked
God.
through the general housing area that she is at to make sure that there's no one else in it that shouldn't be there, or there's no one hurt.
Do you recall how many rooms you went through?
No, I don't.
I'm going to ask you, the officer having to take a look at number 25. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
All right. And do you see any injuries depicted?
Oh my God, I
on
thought he
this
had a
picture?
black and mild.
No.
I'm like, wait, What?
You would have been marked as exhibit
Johnny
number
is smoking a
26.
black girl.
Do you recognize this
What?
as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any injuries?
I'm like,
in this
girl,
picture? I'm
you.
just-
No.
I'm going to
No
ask you the same
injuries.
question. Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries in this picture?
She's
on Ms.
so.
Heard?
No.
The lawyer is so
I'm gonna ask the
mad
same
that
questions.
this
Officer
officer
Haddon,
is saying that she was
I'm going to
fine.
ask you to look at Haddon exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do
All
you see
this
any
time
injuries
wasted on a
depicted
damn
Ms.
lie.
Heard's
That's
face
what's
in
so
this picture?
ridiculous about it.
So you exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries?
She's
on Ms. Heard in
angry.
this picture?
The other lawyer
No.
on the team's angry.
Now,
Rotten
you indicated
field.
that you and Officer Sines
A rotten
went
zombie.
through the apartment, correct?
Correct. We did a protective sweep.
Protective sweep. And in doing the protective sweep, you did go in the room, correct?
I mean, I don't know exactly where we went, but we walked around what she claimed was her living quarters.
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries at the time? that
Oh my
you
God, I
reported
didn't
to
even
her
think about
residence
that,
after
too,
the
B.
domestic violence call, that you would have had an obligation?
Girl, that is so
to prepare a
true.
report?
If there was injuries or a complaint of pain, yes.
I'm sorry, injuries or what?
Complaint of pain?
I just don't even know if
Would
he
you
could hit
agree
you
that,
because he's.
If Ms.
just high all
Heard
the time.
displayed injuries that you perceived to
I
be
mean, he could probably
injuries at the
charge
time
at you,
you
maybe,
reported
but
to
I just
Ms.
feel like
Heard's
you would just
residence
push him over. But that is
after
a
the
wonderful
domestic
point,
violence
Tubby, and I've
call
not
on May
heard nobody
21st,
argue that.
2016, You had an obligation to prepare a report.
Let's
If
just
I
let it throw
perceive them
out.
to be injuries, then yes.
Okay. Would
What's
you
wrong with this?
agree that if there was property damage
Looks like a
present
Cinnabon.
at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence
I think
calls,
she's kind
you
of
had an
sad that
obligation
everybody's
to
saying there's
prepare a report?
nothing happened to her.
No.
I mean, if you
'cause
look at her
she's
cheek
living
now, it
there,
looks like she's got
that's
a
her
mark on
property,
it.
and she's being uncooperative and doesn't say that someone else did it or anyone else did
It's
it.
so
then
vague. I don't know,
I
Maddie.
have no other information to go off of. She could have broken it herself.
He struck her in the
Haddon,
face. Let me see what I can find.
Did you provide any pamphlets to Ms. Heard, you
Just for
or
Scientology.
Officer Sines, relating to domestic violence?
I personally did not.
Do you know whether Officer Sines did?
I don't know.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Mr. Depp takes over the questioning.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes,
On how many occasions did you see her face?
I believe too.
And the first time you saw her face, how close to her were you?
I don't recall exactly. I think it was approximately 10 feet.
Did you perceive any, did you have any problems with your eyesight at that time?
Objection.
No.
Did you have 20/20 vision as of May 21, 2016?
Yes, he's covering all his bases.
No, I wear contacts though, so I can't see perfectly fine.
Were you wearing your contacts that evening?
Yes,
Did you have any trouble
Objection.
seeing the contours of her face the first time you saw her that evening?
Objection.
Did you perceive any
Girl, she's
signs
objecting
of
to all
injury
that. Look
on
at
her
Johnny
face
laughing.
or anywhere else on her body that was visible to you?
no.
For how long a period did you view her face the first time you saw her that night?
A few seconds, not very long.
And how much later was the second time you saw Miss Heard?
Right before we left,
And how close to her were you when you observed her face?
approximately 10 feet.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
Yes,
Did you still have your contacts in at the time?
yes,
Was there sufficient light that enabled you to actually see her face?
I believe so.
I believe it was the light was a little dimmer, but it was still lit.
Did you perceive any signs of injury to her face on that second occasion?
No.
Did you see any swelling of any kind on her face, either during the first time you saw her or the second time you saw her that night?
No.
Did you see any marks on her face, either the first time you observed her that night or the second time you observed her?
Just the redness, which was consistent with her crying.
I can't find any interview with her where she states if he slapped or punched her. Everybody's saying the desktop, a bust
on her face.
No.
Did you see at any time that evening any indication or any sign whatsoever of any injury to her face?
No.
And going to your, was it the security, what was the term you used? The security sweep, is that correct?
The protective sweep?
Protective sweep. During your protective sweep, was your access barred to any part of the penthouse?
Hello,
My access
Donnie.
what? Sorry.
Did you have free access to the penthouse?
The witness that was there, I believe he guided us kind of through the place. I don't know, wherever he guided us through.
Did you see any broken glass anywhere in the penthouse where you did the protective sweep?
Not that I remember.
Were you looking for any signs of a disturbance?
Yes.
Why were you looking for signs of a possible disturbance?
Signs of or any evidence that a crime has occurred.
Is that standard procedure, a police procedure?
Yes.
And why do you look for potential signs of vandalism or disturbance to property in the course of a domestic violence allegation or possibility?
Just because that tends to happen when some type of domestic altercation occurs between two people.
Did you see any sign of any kind of property damage or vandalism that evening?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of spilled wine on the floor?
Not that I recall. If they were visible or a complaint of pain.
Do you recall some questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel, Ms. Bredehoft, about a man who led you through the penthouses on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Did you describe him as uncooperative?
Yes.
Let me ask another question. Was he cooperative with your inquiries that evening?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I attempted to gather information of who the husband was and what occurred and where he possibly went so we could interview kind of all the different parties. And he wouldn't even give me a name of who the husband was.
And how long did you interact with that person who in fact is Josh Drew?
I'd say approximately
All right, girls,
5 to
I'm
10
running to
minutes.
the restroom. I'll be right back.
Did he report to you in words or substance that any domestic violence had occurred?
I don't recall any exact verbiage he said.
Did he report to you in words or substance any vandalism?
No, not that I recall.
On the evening that you and your partner got a call to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, were you and your partner in a particular hurry to close out this incident?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as was necessary to resolve the matter?
Yes.
Would you generally take notes for a verbal dispute only?
When we
disable the call and we get rid of the call, we leave our comments of what occurred and what we did in that call.
Would you generally write a report for a verbal dispute only?
No, unless it's at the request of one of the parties.
When you were typing in your computer to add text to a call, is it common to refer to the focus individual in the call as a victim, whether a crime has been committed or not?
Yes, because that's how the call was broadcasted and created.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Ms. Heard completes the questioning.
Now, there was another woman that was present as well, correct, that night?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Ms. Heard when my partner was speaking with her, I believe. I had never spoke to her. Did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Heard? No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I am unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
Did you ask her?
I personally did not, because my partner interviewed her.
Then when you downloaded with your partner later, did you ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that you testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit?
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Why I did not is because we were trained in the academy to separate the parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females and my partner was female, so therefore my partner spoke with the female.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Science to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
I know my partner spoke with Ms. Heard. I am unaware. I cannot testify if she spoke with the other female.
When you said you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard, the woman that was embracing her?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, the redness that you said was on Ms. Heard's face when she was crying and emotional, could it also have been consistent with injury?
I do not think so. I perceived it as redness from crying.
Did you consider whether the redness on the face might be from something in addition to crying?
No, I did not.
And you had never met Ms. Heard before, correct?
Never even seen her.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard's, what her characteristics are for swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to look at what has been marked as Haddon Exhibit number 8, and it's from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's 8 from the Office of the dated November 24, 2014, and the subject is Domestic Violence Supplemental Report, Form 15.40.02 revised. You see that?
I do.
This was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document requests. Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, we filled out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaking. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying.
Oh my
did you
God,
say?
is she really
Yes.
trying to make it seem like unresponsive, like knocked
And
down?
I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make of whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry. Are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure you.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
Okay, but Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
But she was
Did not want
unresponsive.
to, press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband,
I
correct?
don't know because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not, and she was not, then she said she did not want to?
Yes, that's what she had spoken with my partner about.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10, and I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form 18.30.02. And it has the date. This is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Sines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
No.
Did you or
Thank you,
Officer
ma'am.
Sines ensure all the evidence was gathered and preserved, including the damaged property?
I said no, and all these things would have been documented if there was a
Okay.
report.
Right.
Beth, I thought you were going to
bullet point. Says,
school to
ensure
be a lawyer. I
photographs
didn't
are
realize you
taken
already.
of injuries or lack
Honey,
of
did you already
injury
take the
to
bar?
complainant and accused.
I thought you were going to
both
school
the
to
day
be a
of
lawyer,
and
Mouse.
after. Did you take any photographs to
He's not
show
alone,
a lack
Veronica.
of injury?
No.
Did you take any photos to show a lack of damage?
No.
All right. And then this next one is ensure photographs are taken of the scene and damaged property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
Now, there were 2 females present in addition to Ms. Heard, were there not?
Yes. Including her, I believe there's 2.
You don't recall the 3rd woman there?
No, I don't recall a 3rd woman being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
Let's go to exhibit number 11. So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
Dispute, a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue in my life.
So you decided that there was only a verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
All right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Your next witness is by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out, or are you ready to? We're ready.
Well, actually, I think we still have an exhibit we're working on now.
Oh, I think that's right.
Okay, well, we go ahead and it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for 15 minutes so we can take care of that and get it set up with the next deposition, okay? So don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, all right?
All right, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I mean, said I was going to add a stream marker. Oh my God, she's got a bruise on her cheek, girls. Oh my God, why does her attorney look like Moon Knight right there?
I think we're agreeing, Your Honor, it's just that we have to do the actions.
Okay, who's the next? Which deposition is next?
Officer William Gatlin, Your Honor.
Officer Gatlin.
With him, so
Okay.
we did the redactions that we discussed. I don't know how to.
I haven't seen it yet, so I
All
just
right,
need
why
to
don't I go ahead and
confirm.
take the 15 minutes?
You
and when I come
didn't do
back,
the
we can
redactions on his address.
I don't think we were disagreeing on anything else.
Okay, and how long is this deposition?
I believe it's around 35 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be able to start the next one right after
We should be
that.
able to, yes.
So why don't you go ahead and get the exhibits for the next one after that as well, and I'll come back at 11:20 and we can do both of them, okay? All right.
Thank you,
We're
Your Honor.
taking an 18-minute break. Of course, she must have had to poopy because she left before the jury, honey. Up, we can see. Well, y'all can't see it, but I can. Up. Whoa. The big zoom, honey. Well, girls, I guess let's take us a breaking. Let's take us a breaking. Objection, your henny. She did say 15. She did say 15. She did say 15. You're right about that. You're watching Nancy Grace. I mean, that's the only bad thing about court, to be honest with you girls, is if you have to duty. Could you, I mean, seriously, could you imagine, like, you've got the squirts? Seriously? And you know, I have really a bad stomach if I'm stressed. And at court, honey, I mean, I guess I would have to be put on, I'd have to be heavily medicated and taking, Pepto, whatever, I don't know, and wear a diaper just in case. I think I would wear a diaper. Bye, Becca. Well, have a good day, honey. Da-da-dum. Well, I guess I'm gonna go get a refill, girls. I will make sure I don't play any music, so y'all will know right when I come back. How about that? That's what they said to do. That's what they said to do the other day. So, 20 minutes in. 20 minutes in. All right, give me 1 second, my friends. We'll go ahead and put that back up. All right, and we're back, and we are back. Kind of scared me. It got kind of loud for a second. She's scratching her booty? I'm back, I'm back. Thank you so much, Sean, honey. I really appreciate that. Girl, look at the stenographer. She's rocking out. Honey, look at her. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. She's showing some stuff that's been redacted to the clerk. She's showing her recipe she found on her Facebook. She's like, "Oh, I need that one. I haven't had a recipe. This is okay. So this is a fried chicken salad, you saying? All right. Hold on one second. I'm putting it on my Pinterest. Rebecca, go to the Facebook and look and see if they've got a chicken salad recipe. Is that good? Yeah, okay, she gave her that recipe. Can't talk about the recipe. It's our secret. Bada bing, bada boom. All right? Did you get the recipe? You put it in the oven for 20 minutes. Really? 20 minutes? Yeah. And then I put it in the microwave and finish it off. Mm-hmm. No mayonnaise. Yep. Cold soup. Yep. With espresso in the cold soup and the coffee. Then you pour that in the chili. 15 minutes. Then you want to add some salt, sugar, a little bit of asbestos. One, two, three. Servants, and it's good. It's ready. 3 minutes, honey. Lamb. 3 minutes, set it and forget it. All right, she's telling the clerk over there about the recipe. She's going to Google which detergents are best for getting turds out of bed sheets. Long as it isn't Sarah's recipe. She said, "Oh, that lunch made me poo myself." Yeah, I don't know what this lady's saying. What is that? Are those pills on the desk? What the hell? Oh, they're earplugs. They're either pills or earplugs. Or M&Ms. Those are earplugs. Why would you have earplugs? Why would you have pills? They're trying to figure out who pooped on the judge's bench. When I came back here, there was a turd all on my bench. She's telling her how big it was. It was firm, lots of fiber, water. They said it was a real big one. It was pretty. Pretty turned.
All right. Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, your duty. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Here
All right, your next
comes
witness.
The Bryants.
Okay. Officer Gatlin. Could you spell the last name for me and for the court reporter?
Gatlin.
Okay, thank you.
God, Amy Schumer. Who knew she moonlights as a lawyer? She told her quiet. Girl.
William
No.
Gatlin,
Quiet.
business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
Refusing to wear a mask,
How
aren't
long have
we?
you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your
Two.
partner on May 21, 2016
The hell?
was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yeah.
May 21, 2016?
Yes.
When were you first assigned body cams?
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
This is the other dude, but with the mask
What has been
on.
marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 6.
The hell? Did he just eat some of food that was in his tea?
And I'm going to go ahead and go down to the second page.
Oh, this one's easier to read. I found a stream that had a better quality.
And this is the incident
Stream.
recall for the two for you and
Incident.
Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
When Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
On
Means I
Grindr.
handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is 10:24?
Correct.
So when you arrived, do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering at all?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Oprah?
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway till we found the unit number,
Okay.
knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. and we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you recall that you already knew that that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Haddon had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Haddon before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit. The page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier? Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response?
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you
From
see
Family
that?
Guy?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Diener?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Oh.
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that we would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Brittany Jean Spears.
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
A1 song.
Yeah, their report. Officer Sines and Officer Haddon, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Did you have any
Do you have any
muffins?
recollection of anyone in the apartment up in penthouse 3 saying
Totally a
that
Heinz
there had been a
57
verbal argument going on?
person.
Not to my recollection.
Well done. Extra well
Let me just
done,
jump
Heinz
back to the
57.
events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware?
You know, the
of that?
lawyer right here kind of looks like Ben, the house manager
I don't remember.
from the other day.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan
Who
of
doesn't
Johnny
know who
Depp
Johnny
as of
Depp
May
is?
21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. But I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
He's trying to
Are
make
you
him
a fan of
smile.
Johnny Depp's
Johnny
career?
Depp wasn't
I can
smiling.
remember the last movie I saw of his.
Oh,
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
no.
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
Thank you, Brenda.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No.
Did you recognize
The basic
Amber Heard
name.
when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
So they're
Did
going
you
to try to
ask
use
see
him.
Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did
They're
you
going to try to
ask
use this
Amber Heard
officer,
whether she
since he
had
was
any
farther
injuries?
away, that
No.
maybe she was
Did
abused.
you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
Because the other
it's
officers.
the same as I explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No.
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
Okay. And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is.
Uh-huh.
So, we kind of have to talk to
That's right.
the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the 4 people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
Was there any effort by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that to you? That they didn't want you in the apartment.
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. And he kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1.
Well, hell, everybody's under NDAs. They're probably terrified they'll lose their job. Okay, mail online. What'd they read it?
This is the Daily Mail.
Girl, they
Mail
redacted
Online,
everything.
July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to go down to the 10th page. What, if any, evidence did you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
Bye, Maddie.
that Amber Heard and her
Thank you for
friends
stopping by and
were
showing support.
attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence did you see of Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them?
We're
to
reading
you
an article that
when
was
you
written by
arrived?
Fractured from
None.
Daily Mail.
Did
That is amazing.
Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 21, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to
Do
me.
you think
didn't.
they chose
Did you see them do
to
that?
have her have dark circles
No.
and purple
What,
blush
if any,
for the reason to make it look
efforts
like
did
she
Amber Heard
has bruises
make
now?
to come over
That's such
and
a
to show
weird-
you any evidence of injuries?
None.
It's so weird.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends
I mean, I can
make
understand
to
why you would
try
do
to
it.
show
You're
you
trying to
any
show
type
the
of property
jury.
damage?
None.
And what, if any,
I would
evidence do
die
you
if when
have
she
that
takes the
Amber
stand,
or
she's
her
dressed as
friends
Marin or
made- placed a
whatever.
second call to
You know, her
911?
I
Aquaman
don't have any
character.
evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed. Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now, this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30.
Now, when I had a crush on him, girls,
PM, right?
I did have a
Yes.
crush on him at one time. Was
Okay.
when he was in
And then a little
Crybaby.
bit further
That's when I had a
down,
crush on him, Doobie.
just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police
Johnny Depp,
Department.
not this
So
gentleman.
that roughly 7
Let me
minutes.
preface
later,
with that.
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back at trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in
I know,
all of
it's been
the
so
incident
long.
recalls
You're
or
right,
any of the
Chloe.
Documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Simonson
he-
had reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out.
Way too
and then
boyish and
another call
skinny.
was made
But I can
to come
understand
to
back then.
849 South Broadway.
Because, you know, he's more of like a heartthrob. But when he did
yes.
Crybaby, oh my God. I
What
just
did
thought it
you
was so
see?
cute.
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
Crybaby
Says,
would be
"Teletype
great.
from
Crybaby would be a good
NYPD
movie,
IK.
too. Let me see if it's
Female
available.
stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Yes.
DTF.
But that's
What?
New York Police Department.
Excuse
And back
me?
here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down
Nope.
here,
It just shows that I own it. It doesn't show available. Crap.
on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11.
See about hairspray.
This is 2222.
Nope.
You
Just shows
now
that on
know
that one,
it's
too.
the same
Oh, well.
incident as yours, and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back.
Oh, single white
Probably
female.
just
That was
delayed
another one I wanted to
response,
see.
correct?
If it was
Yeah,
on
this
there.
is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3, at the Eastern Columbia building, you already knew.
I'm not
that
understanding what
Officer
the lawyer
Sines
is trying
had
to
handled this
get
call,
to with this. Does
and you were
anybody
just double-checking to
understand?
make sure that
What is
the
she getting
perpetrator
at?
wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Sines had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Mona shows that.
Okay. And you did that, right?
Could you imagine Mona on the
You
witness
put
stand
in
for Johnny
the
Depp?
system
Girl, she would cost
for this call.
the whole case. God, I want to watch Crybaby with the girls so bad now.
21.
Shook up old
20,
ladies get
46
cut.
to 2122. Met with Vic, checked location, verified husband left location. Victim advised.
Don't worry about
verbal
her
dispute, and
crybaby.
refused to give
She's
any
a
further
square.
information. Actually, that was Hadman Sines, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it.
I like
You
when what's her
put in
name's in there.
2217,
Previous
and I'm
porn
sure you
star.
didn't get to 301, but we
She's
got
like,
that
I
to
bear
see. It's
Crybaby.
like that.
I bear
You put in
all.
related to previous
So many good
incident,
lines
verbal
from that
argument
film,
only,
girls.
checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with science and hadn't, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
No,
what
no,
you
they're
wrote
not
as
saying who it
defendant's exhibit
is.
Number 2. And
Whoa!
picture.
Wait a
portion
minute.
of a video clip
What?
From the ECB building.
Girl, where was that
It has
camera?
5/12,
Oh, Donnie, you have got.
2016,
Donnie,
and the time is
what?
22:28:14.
You're a film buff and you haven't seen all of
Do you
John Waters'
recognize the
films.
person in this
Donnie.
picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22:28:15.
Girl, where was that camera
Do you
going?
recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to
Okay,
show you now
can
the
we turn the
video
camera
from
around so we can see Officer Diener finally?
from yours and from Officer Diener. So I'm going to go through and show those to you.
Hello, Jamie. So they're showing the photos, but we can't see them. So apparently they've been redacted. Oh, there we go. Oh, he had a video. What the hell is she wearing? Oh, this is the worker. I thought it was, okay. That's the lady that works at the apartment complex, or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3.
Girl, you know your nerves to be recorded constantly. I mean, I understand when you're a cop. That's probably why they train them, being like, you know, don't be aware, you know, when you're recording, because obviously you might not do nothing wrong, but, you know, if this is ever pulled, you might just be, you know, bullshitting or talking, and then it gets recorded. Girl, Willy Wonka headquarters? What is with this Willy Wonka floor? What the hell? It literally looks like a Wonka factory. Oh, I'm excited to see what it looks like inside. Kick in the door, Henny. Hello, Arlene.
Hello. Officers. How you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier already?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside.
Cyan, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to
So this
the
is
same
from a
call
second
earlier
call.
or
Go
if
inside. I
somebody
want to
called
see.
again.
Probably.
Girl, why do we have striped
Is there one
socks?
in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Girl, that muffin top,
Oh, it's
though.
not my one. Oh, okay. Whoever it
Different
is.
conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, stuff out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll
Hello,
go get
Miss
the
B,
business card
honey.
from the cops. She's.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Doesn't. Back up, please, back up.
Can we just come in and just check? We need to make sure everybody in here is
Oh my
okay.
God! Wait, is that Maroon 5?
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but.
Oh my God! This is the other penthouse.
So. We just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Why does it look so ugly to be so rich? A champagne light.
Officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Nancy Grace, thank you, Arlene.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. And Johnny
Is definitely not here.
is not here? Okay.
Left probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everything's all good then?
Now it's yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Everything's
Anything else,
fine.
call us back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good night.
It looks so bad looking. I mean, obviously it's a big building, but Jesus, that's it? Champagne. This is why you don't let poor people get rich. One of the main reasons poor people get rich is through you know, actors and being artists. If there was ever a proof why we don't need rich poor people, don't give money to the poor. 'Cause look at what they buy. Champagne lamps.
We're around penthouse 3.
Penthouse.
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting verbatim and says 22,
what happened?
15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the two from yours and from Officer Diener. So I'm going to.
Well, that wasn't Johnny's apartment, right? That
So
was
this one is defendant's
the
exhibit
friend's
number 4.
apartment, right? I think so.
Coffee's hot.
It might have been Johnny's because there was two dogs.
Penthouse 3.
Yeah, it is. That is Johnny's because Penthouse 3. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Fractured your right.
Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor.
I think. Because I remember they said coffee hot. Or that might have been, I don't know, because they redacted the video. So maybe that was the friend's apartment and this is Johnny's. That's why they're redacting it. So people don't know what it looks like inside.
Before we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
Okay, that
supposed to be
was.
Officer
Never mind.
Diener's.
That was
So that's
Johnny
you
Depp's
over
apartment. Oh my
Yes.
God, that was horrible.
Can you tell whether it's you or
Penthouse.
Officer Diener that's saying Officer Sines?
Arlene, this is an officer.
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Sines who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check.
One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, step out. We just gotta check on them, make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Now, would you say, and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
Yes.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been today.
we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no.
No. That was the friend's apartment. This is Johnny Depp's
All right.
apartment they're going into
Officer
now,
Allen,
which
can
has been
you
redacted.
tell which one
So
of
we
these
didn't get
people
to
is
see
doing
it.
the
That
talking?
was the friend's
Of these three
apartment.
girls. women?
The Maroon 5 looking arm guy.
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle.
Yep, that's what it is.
The one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
All right. Do you know what color hair the person that's the most forward?
Joanne, don't dox yourself, honey. Don't be giving out your name.
I can't tell from
this. It goes for anybody in chat.
Okay. Can you tell what color?
I mean, obviously, if you have your name in your chat, but you know what I'm saying.
Right is it's in front.
Could be bad faith
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in the shadow.
Know. Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right. And you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
Yeah, I really feel like she's.
I believe that's the one.
I feel like she got her makeup done like she is a victim.
Department and the other departments as well.
Yeah, okay.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay, and Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
Okay. Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of a different angle in the two.
There's popcorn. Popcorn! There's popcorn! The Army is using rats with hammers on their backs.
Damn, he must have a fake leg or something. Or a hip replacement. I hear Cobalt scratching, honey. Yeah, see, this is the neighbor's apartment. The other one's Johnny's.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember the names offhand. The card is Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. Can you just talk to your wife so you can make sure? Oh, it's not my wife. Okay. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out. We've got to get on here already. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still got to make sure. Back up. Please, back up. We'll just come in and just check. We need to make sure everybody in here is
Oh my God, they have like a Walmart $11 table in there. Did you girls see that? Are you kidding me? A foldable cheap table in $1 million penthouse?
Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Probably like 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Everything's all good then?
Okay, so maybe this is Johnny's apartment. I don't know. Either way, his apartment's going to have the same layout because they're matching mirrored penthouses. But girl, the foldable table. Nope, that was the neighbors. Now they're going to Johnny's. That's what it is. It is what it is. So that was the neighbors. Because now they're walking to Johnny's apartment. Either way, if you can afford to live in another penthouse across from Johnny, you can afford to buy a damn good table.
Now showing you defendant's exhibit number 5. And let me just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes.
So they redacted, Depp's team redacted Johnny's video of his home because they didn't want it shown. Which I understand that. I mean,
We're in around penthouse 3.
yeah. Hello, pricing. So they're going to Johnny's. Oh, I wish we could see it. I want to judge the apartment. Girls that are just joining us, how you doing? If you would please like the video, I'd really appreciate it.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember the names offhand. The card is Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just need to check.
Wait a minute, this is the same video.
Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife and make sure. Oh, it's not my wife. Okay. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out. We've got to get on here already. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again.
Business card? Yeah, police come and they want a business card. I want to speak to the witness that called the police. I'll go get a business card. No, ma'am. I think that sound is bothering him, honey.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay.
So I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
Wait, didn't we already? We've seen this scene before.
Definitely not here. Not here?
Yeah, because he said the exact same thing like 10 minutes ago when we were watching this. I think they accidentally rewound it.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face?
How much hair? Yeah, 4
no,
gallons. Approximately
looks
4
like,
gallons of hair.
From this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Can you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
No.
Everything all good then? All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
Do you recall looking for any injuries in the faces of the 3 women?
No.
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing 2 dogs in the house?
Yes.
They were running around pretty freely.
Yes.
And when you say that, would you be able to, sitting here today, say that the person in these 3 photos, defendants 7, 8, and 9, is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back? Are you able to draw that connection?
No, I don't recall.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
This is the second time they came out.
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Your investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give
Even come
any
talk.
statement on what had occurred.
Exactly.
And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. So did you interview any of the 3 other individuals in the apartment?
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a statement about what transpired?
I believe the female that was sitting in the middle of the 3 told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated,
What should he have done? Just went up and grabbed her and dragged her outside? Let me look at you.
Conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Sines and Officer Haddon took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No.
Did you take a flashlight just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
I'm asking whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath that Johnny Depp did not commit any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the
Did
position
you
to
grill her
testify
privately,
whether he did
Arlene?
or did not because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
He did not because at that time he was not on keto.
And you didn't conduct your own independent
But
investigation.
if he had the opportunity to go back, he would grill Amber Heard.
And outside of the female telling us that everything was fine and the male that answered the door that told us that the other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both the 2 apartments. So I felt at that time it was sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
And that's the extent of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016?
Do what?
Did you do anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera?
We're back on the muffins
in connection with
again?
Investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
No.
Do you know whether
The Muffin Man.
Johnny Depp
Do you know
committed
the
domestic
Muffin
violence
Man?
of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Sorry, your next witness?
Alejandro Romero.
Alejandro Romero?
Please don't be a deposition. Can we get a real witness?
And if I might, Your Honor, this is another one that begins with questioning by counsel for Ms.
Oh,
Heard and later on
God.
switches to questioning by counsel for
Girl,
Mr.
stop with the depositions. Is Lady Gaga in the audience?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jesus Christ.
My name, my name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
So this is who Lady Gaga was talking about.
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been
This one
employed at the
is-
Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately
tell.
13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do for
See, Johnny, I
the
think,
Eastern
knows
Columbia
him.
building?
He's smiling.
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Okay. And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
Sounds like a fun job.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any
Oh my
particular
God,
day
Mega
during that
Man.
time?
I would like to call to the stand
Oh.
some guy who was standing across the street and saw something out of the corner of his eye. I saw Amber
I
Heard.
cannot
She
say
fell
a
down and
number.
Johnny laughed. Court
There's,
case.
there's 147 units in the building,
Jesus.
and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people up. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Saw him.
Do you
Didn't
remember what
meet
Mr.
him.
Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember what?
Honey, he's not a
headgear he was
stalker.
wearing? He was wearing a scarf or a hat.
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner? On the time?
Nope.
You know,
Nope.
this gentleman's
couldn't
probably
go
not
anywhere
being
with
paid
it, right?
enough and is probably having to do this deposition in his car
Do you know
because
whether
probably
Mr.
where he
Depp
lives is really small
had ever
because this
been
is
physically
Los
violent with
Angeles and the
Amber Heard?
rent
And by this, I
prices.
mean hitting,
It's really
punching,
disgusting.
throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Did you ever seen Mr. Depp
Johnny Depp needs a tip a
slam
little bit
things
higher,
around
honey.
or be angry?
No, I have never
probably
seen him
so,
like that.
Brand. I didn't think about
I'm going
that.
to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first
Jamie.
meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was
Pricey,
passing on the lobby.
stop.
I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and
Miss
her
Houston?
good friend Rocky.
Raquel Welch?
And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long.
It's been like 6 years.
I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest. I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like just don't want to deal with this anymore.
And he's not getting paid.
Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that is written there. That's what I said.
And
that was correct. That was accurate.
This is the only words that's being
my
real, honey.
So
Girl,
during
yes.
the time between 2015
You ain't getting paid for this. He's probably losing money. His job's probably docking him for not being at
Would
work.
you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I won't never
Jesus
see
Christ,
him
really?
So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She always smiled, but we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me anything of her problems. She never stopped by and talked about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
I mean, he's
Yes,
on
I
a
do.
phone.
You said,
How could you
"Probably I
see
just can't
something on a
remember
Zoom
dates.
call on
I've
a
got
tiny
really bad memory
phone?
for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at
He
any
was telling
time
somebody to be
able
quiet.
to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing?
Oh my God, this is
from
insane.
Events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
What is
Would
with these?
you remember on any type of basis?
Girl, he is checked out,
what
honey.
type of
He's
bag
like,
she was
he's getting ready
Amber
for
Heard was
work,
carrying?
honey. He's putting his
No.
Would you
his
be able
watch
to
on.
say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
I mean,
Would you be able
he's being
to,
forced to do this.
say
These are
whether
very
she was-
wealthy
what type of
people. He gets
makeup
nothing
Amber
out
Heard
of
was
it.
wearing on any given day?
I mean, can you be mad
No.
at him for being pissed?
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had a mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
No.
How about eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
This
Do
is
you have any
insane.
memories of Amber Heard wearing a particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
By Sephora, Jamie.
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
When is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of a domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday,
He wasn't even
they
working when
asked me,
it
"Oh, you heard what
happened.
And I said, no, what happened? So that's how I find out. Then I went to,
Which
I
would
went
be
to the camera
hearsay
to
because
see
he
what-
found
what
it
was-
out from other
What was
people.
going on? Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, okay, I know that was Tim, and that's all I knew. But I was not there. on
This
that
is such
Saturday
a
when
waste
that
of
happened.
time.
I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Nothing happened. That's
you
the whole
recall
point, I think,
who
why they're
told
showing this,
you
is to show
that
how
on that Monday
if
following
something
the
major
show?
happened, she was beat up and bruised, everybody be talking about it.
Okay, Don, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise.
Which is
Because the
hearsay.
person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the camera. And when I looked at the camera, and I saw
anytime,
Johnny,
Manhattan.
like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator. And I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything
Never
more.
comes
I turned
back.
off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was?
Which would
in
be
the
weird
gym
if he's always
that
abusing
heard
her.
A lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It's been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually could see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You could see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and it has a patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has a patio to lead to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was
He
a
tranced.
noise.
It started speaking in tongues.
And
It was
she
possessed
just
by the ghost
surprised
of
because,
Sylvia
like I said, it's
Brown.
always really quiet.
Okay. And so she wanted to know what happened. And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's what I figured out to track the time on the camera and looked. And then when as soon as I saw, like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured out, put one and two together, so I was okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they call the cops, the police.
Because why?
Because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero Exhibit number 8.
There's Johnny Depp. Team.
And it shows a date and time stamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator?
The one on the
at
right was
ECB
Johnny
building?
Depp, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember?
So we can
looking
prove
at
that
after
Johnny Depp
Shauna
does
told you that
live
she heard
in
the
that
noise that
apartment.
night?
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I seen
His
him
bodyguard?
before,
The man in his
I never interacted
60s?
with
What? What?
if I did, I don't
What
remember.
is girl between bodyguards
You said he looked
and
agitated.
police officers?
Yeah, he looks agitated.
If there
Like,
was
he
ever
walking
ever a
back and
case
forth,
have
he
somebody
has his
where
jacket. His body language
ageism
was,
and,
different than
you
before.
know,
Most of the
people
time
being
he's really
fit
calm. He's just like
is when
really
you
happy
want,
person.
you know, like I'm not trying to fat shame
Yeah,
anybody, but I'm just
this is
saying,
the
you don't
first
want
time I
like
saw him.
a morbidly obese person
And
being
then
a
you
bodyguard,
go to the next, so then you
a
say,
geriatric,
Wednesday,
morbidly obese person being a bodyguard or a police officer.
approximately
Like, you know,
10:30,
desk
Pittsburgh
work,
walked
Haney,
into
at
the
this
lobby,
point.
Accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person. you
Active
called Rocky
shooter, and it
earlier.
takes them forever to walk to you. Like, honey, what?
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you gave. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from
Girl,
you.
he's over here
I did
getting
not
his
notice
medicine ready
any
for the
bruises,
week.
cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or
God.
any other
Girl, let
injuries
it
on Ms.
go.
Heard's face.
Amber
That
Heard
might be-
lied to you, honey.
I was not looking for
She
any
lied
kind
to
of
her
bruises
attorneys.
or anything. But it's something like that, it will be really noticeable.
Uh-huh.
But I guess, you know, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key, and also this. I gave them the key, and they were talking about. I told her, you know what, your dog. I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit, and that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it, so it's still out there. You know, on the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job. I was just
Owns
taking
it
care of
all,
that.
honey.
I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do you remember where she was coming from, that she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Ms. Pennington?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
Oh my God.
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
So who wrote the sentence, "I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Bird's face"?
I'm pretty sure if I would have seen something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Bird's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
But
they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember. If it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, you know, I would have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see. You know, like so noticeable, like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front
This
of
dude
me.
needs his own comedy
I don't remember
special.
seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. She was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably. You know, the probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Exactly. Oh,
Looking
boom, man, damaging.
Like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's right.
That's correct, but I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't notice like any swollen or bruise. Like I said, I probably would notice.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swollen, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into their
Oh my God! So the dog.
in my head, I was like,
A 2 foot high person's trying to break in.
There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, somebody's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the
Girl,
unit,
Miss.
to check room by room.
What?
No one was there.
Amber Heard is
So I did
insane.
that. It's part of my job. Make sure they're safe. But I didn't understand why they want me to do that.
Because they were trying to set it up that like Johnny Depp was after her.
I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems.
Boom.
I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to put this with any more words.
That he ain't
The
getting
interaction
paid.
you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse. None of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. That we don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably did. I just don't remember.
I hope this guy gets something out of this. I mean, obviously Johnny can't pay him, right? Not now, at least. And then if he paid him later, it would seem, you know, even though it happened in 16, I don't know what the laws are behind that. So obviously, but like, can someone, like, can we do a GoFundMe for this gentleman to put up with all this bullshit? Like, can he make a GoFundMe and we could all, like, donate? Not us, but, like, some of the other celebrities that are watching this. Lord, help out the poor, honey. The working poor.
Okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk. Later started the
Eric,
lobby,
our
later
next
went
witness
upstairs
is
with
Rick Hell's dog, Your Honor.
Line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything.
But if you went up to somebody that was just abused, you would notice it.
At that time, 2 months after the incident.
Yes, I remember. Because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone I'm talking to. But I'm not looking to find.
If her face was swollen from a black eye, a fresh black eye, you would notice it even with makeup.
Change your eyebrows.
So now she walks.
Your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like, if she had...
So are they going to try to say next, due to Amber Heard filming Aquaman, she was wearing prosthetics all the time on her face? Fish prosthetics that hid all the abuse.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek then?
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there.
Wasn't working that day.
Hundreds of miles away, and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine stains on the floor outside of the in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016.
I remember telling to Mark, I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Insane.
You sit here today. When you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that, correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct.
They're going to say, look at Amber Heard now. Do you see any bruises? Well, it's 8 years past the date.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
and the lighting was good at the front desk, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
It was so good that had she had any bruises, swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you've testified to this already today, later that same
Amber's
day, you
probably
went
so mad.
up
She's
the
like, how
elevator
dare I
with
can't
Ms.
believe I
Heard
was
and Ms.
nice to this
Pennington,
gentleman.
in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
How many nautical miles?
And
Marlene,
during that
stop.
entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally
The
you
lighting
leaving
was
and go
good.
back to your desk.
Romantic.
You did not. You
would say, right?
You looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
Now, how many fathoms would you
And you looked
gather?
her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any
Hello,
swelling,
Magnet.
correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
It started at 9:55 a.m. Eastern
See
Standard
any
Time.
marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were front desk looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not. It's
And how
not
far
dark
This
at
is
all.
leather, black leather,
How
honey.
far away?
Apart.
Friend Nancy Grace, a friend of mine,
Three
sent it to
to
me.
4 feet apart.
She retired.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other.
We made
she was probably
out.
just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Bottom of a Mega Man, stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
Thank you,
I'm
Amy
going to talk a
Schumer.
little bit about the video.
Girl, look at the
clips
girl in the
that
red. Girl, she is
Mr.
faded,
Depp's
ain't he?
attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you.
Betty's
a number
working. He had to go
of
back.
Video
He didn't
clips
have enough
from
time.
May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24.
Yes.
Yep.
Girl, Maddie has taught us a
But
lot
you
about the
don't-
legal
you don't
stuff,
recall
especially yesterday.
seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
It's, I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July.
Girl, I wish we could do a
19,
GoFundMe for
2016. Do you recall that?
Alejandro.
19? Yeah.
Okay. And that's
That was 3 in the morning.
okay. And it said here, did you work? So Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos.
I think it's
and
100
replay
million,
them.
Jamie.
Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can
I
you
don't
tell
even
me?
What? Yeah, he would have been swabbed her face.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether
Would have
Amber
swabbed
Heard
her
was wearing
face and tested the
concealer
makeup.
in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber
This
Heard
is
was wearing
insane.
any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I
Can
can't
you
tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
How would he know this?
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those videos.
Her face
correct?
would be swollen. He had-
I want to try to move along. So.
Oh, girl,
the
not him
incident
vaping.
was May 21st,
He's over this. Girl, he is
2016.
done.
You saw her the night of May
He is
25th.
done, honey. He
correct?
is vaping, honey.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times. Well,
I think they told him he could be vaping.
Well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because
Girl,
she was
he is
always
not
nice.
driving while
Well,
he's
my
doing
God.
this.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You
This is
testified in response
insane.
to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these
Girl,
occasions.
what?
Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
Girl,
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
I love this man.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
Look at the judge. She's thinking about him driving. You know that's what he's doing. Judge is like, was he really driving?
All right. That was a first, I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay, all right, I was gonna say, I've just never seen that before.
Is
Seen a
it
lot of
bizarre
things, but
though?
this is-
No. Wait a minute. It's during Corona.
Yeah, I did it.
What's
All
bizarre
right,
is you
so,
asking all your stupid questions.
We will come back at 2.
But don't say it's
Is there
bizarre
anything
because it's
preliminary
somebody
before we
trying to
get the
work,
next
honey, that's
deposition?
not getting paid
You'll work
$100,000
with
a
them and
year
then
like
come
all
back
of your
at 2, we should be
asses
able to
up
take
in
care
there,
of it quickly.
including everybody in this
Okay, all right,
courtroom.
we'll come back at 2.
Bizarre. It's called a working poor, bitches. Bizarre. What's bizarre is Sally Mae over here with her mismatched blouse, grandma heels, honey, and bizarre is your haircut, honey. Bizarre is when you look in the mirror, ma'am. Working poor. During COVID, deposition in a car because most likely this gentleman is working poor, probably working 5 to 6, 7 jobs just to have one damn room up in California. And that's just where he works in Los Angeles. And then probably lives, like he said, 100 miles out of the area because he can't afford to live where he works. What's bizarre is how people are treated in this country. That's what's bizarre. That's what's bizarre. Was it different? Was it funny? Yeah. But is it bizarre? What's bizarre is your disconnect with reality, all you rich people. That's what's bizarre. All right, girls. We're going to break for lunch ourselves. Thank y'all so much for joining. I am going to leave everything on. The only difference is there'll be no audio, and I'm not going to play any music because, you know, when you hear the music, you'll know I'm back. If you leave me on, if you keep me on streaming with audio up, you'll know that I'm here. You know what I'm saying? You'll know that I'm here because all of a sudden you'll be like, oh my God, Deborah's talking again. So we're going to break for lunch. Keep the stream on. Keep me turned up. Hit that like button and everything. And we'll resume when we get back. Okay, girls, so probably an hour, I'm guessing. Probably an hour. All right, girls. I don't know what's for lunch today. I might go back to Shake Shack. All right, girls. Let me run and get this. Girl, oh my God, that really pissed me off. What's bizarre? Oh, that triggered me. All these rich people, including the judge. What's bizarre? What's bizarre is going through COVID, honey, and having to damn still work. That's bizarre. And work for rich people while you risk your life, honey. Especially with Amber Heard dragging everybody in with this fake nonsense. All right, girls, I shall return. That's what's bizarre. This has been Nancy Debra. All right, be right back, girls. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Church of Debra Live. We are finally coming off lunch break. I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch break. I'm stuffed. I had a small burger with a large animal fry. And I'm stuffed, girls. Who remembers when In-N-Out used to be cheap? It never was. Oh, you're cooking curry? That sounds lovely, Pricey. I think she entered the bench to talk about the deposition guy again. There's Amy Schumer. Oh, I wonder what happened. She was going to go up there and now she's not. I guess because she didn't ask to go to the bench, maybe? Oh, the privacy thing is smart. That's very smart to do the privacy thing. Hello, Sherry G. How are you, honey? Jamie, you have a thesis due Friday. Is that like a Prius? You bought a Prius, honey? Congratulations, honey. Now's the time to buy it with the price of gas. She's showing her pictures of Simply Sarah's food. She's like, this is what I made. I must say, I really enjoy the courtroom today. It's not as Jonestown or yesterday it was really bad. I think they're not allowing a lot of the people in today if they look crazy. Because yesterday, I kid you not, it was like a Manson family reunion up in there. It was, yeah, totally Les Heaven's Gate today fractured. It was wild. It's wild. When I used to, I mean, I haven't, oh my God, it's been a while since I've been in a courtroom. But when I used to try cases, you know, I used to be a prosecutor. Oh, girls, the people that would come in there, I mean, it would scare me. And I know they had cleaned it up for a while, a lot more stricter. And then when I seen this courtroom the other day, the riffraff that was in there, I'm like, girls, are we slipping? Because back in the 70s, I tried a lot of the hippies. I prosecuted a lot of the hippies. And, it was bad. I mean, literally, you'd walk in and your eyes would burn, honey. I mean, it was bad. Urine, dried feces, body odors. I mean, it was bad. Liz, Your Honor, let the record show that this is not all mayonnaise. It's half Greek yogurt to taste. And let the record state. And now she's like, and right here is when Simply Sarah, right here, Honor, see how she dumps? She just puts a tablespoon of mayonnaise, and then the rest is Greek yogurt. It's all right here. She claimed that it was a mayonnaise-based dip. See right here when we zoom in, you can tell it's a teaspoon of mayonnaise, Your Honor. And right here, we scroll down, yep. And then right here, see, it's 2 cups of Greek yogurt. Equate brand. Equate beauty brand. Yep, and that's how she does it. She says it's to taste, but it tastes nothing like mayonnaise. It tastes like a nasty Greek yogurt flavored with a little bit of mayonnaise. Yeah. The lady with headphones is listening to like some rap music. Girl, are they playing EverQuest online on that monitor? Johnny Depp's got his coloring book out. He's just filling in all the colors, and he keeps asking his lawyer, is this inside the lines? Is this inside the lines? She's listening to Pricey Pranks radio. Totally. Well, she's going to fall asleep in a second outside in a hammock, that's for sure. It'd be hilarious if somebody just got a boob job. There comes Lady Gaga. Look at Lady Gaga coming in there, girls. She's like, do these look real? You remember that scene from the John Candy film, The Vacation movie? It's such a wonderful scene. She just keeps asking everybody, do they look real? Do they look real? This is not the time and place, Diane. I told you, stop doing that. Girl, Amy Schumer is ready, honey. Girl, Amy Schumer is walking in those pumps. You know when they do an American Horror Story, you know they're going to hire Amy Schumer for that role. That's so true, Teresa B. That is why we love him. I mean, I love some of his projects. I don't love him. I mean, I gotta admit, when he's playing like the Rum Diaries and stuff, I wasn't into it. But my favorite thing is when he partners with Tim Burton. Magic happens. I don't think, even if Johnny wins this case, I mean, in a universe where all is fair, if he wins this case, Disney agrees to go ahead and let him back in Pirates, and then he can work with Tim Burton again, and then we can get just wonderful magic. But I won't hold my breath. But that's really what bothers me, just the thought that we'll never get any other Tim Burton projects. Because at the end of the day, it's about the art. I could care less personally about Johnny Depp. I mean, I have no idea who he is, But girls, those characters, Sleepy Hollow, Sweeney Todd, Alice in Wonderland, Edward Scissorhands, Edward Scott's Tape, Edward Stapler, but the Depp heads in the back, kind of scary. Not today. Girl, that one person's got a K95. I mean, if you're going to wear a mask at this point in a super spreader event, which is a courthouse, yeah, wear an N95. But if you came in there with like just one of these cheap cloth masks or like one of those little blue nurse masks, girl, you might as well leave. Edward Elmer's glue stick. Oh, and she's coughing right in front of her. The lady in the back that's sucking down the Mountain Dew. Girl. Coronavirus. The one dude right there has got his hand on his face. Looks like he's crying and his whole face is red. You see him? On Amber Heard. To the left of Amber Heard. Are they about to call Amber Heard to the witness stand? Girl, I'd fall out. Is it time yet? Come on, Amby. Oh, look, she's got her marker on her chin. It's about the only time she had a mark on her face. Bada bing. Literally. Girl, I'm sorry for going off earlier, by the way. But it really angered me. I mean, I understand thinking the person is driving is funny, like, because I was laughing. But for the court to say that was a bizarre thing I've ever seen and have no context behind it, that it was during COVID, during a time where somebody's trying to survive and pay their bills and they're not getting paid to do this deposition, and this is it's 8 years ago, 6 years ago, just be asked over and over. All the same questions, but in different ways. Girl, don't say it's bizarre. What's bizarre is clearly the girl's lying, honey, and ain't nobody seen Amber Heard with no busted face. Like I said, unless she's got some smoking gun, I don't know what else it could be. I think both of these are their publicists or assistants. So if you look in the front 2 rows in the benches, you got the lady in blue, which is Amber Heard's either assistant or publicist. And then you have Johnny Depp's assistant or publicist behind. The one that kind of looks like a character off of a Tim Burton film. Hello, Jazzy. Welcome to Nancy Grace Live. Nancy Grace Live. Baloney. I think the truth is black and white. I have faith in the jury system. I majored in Shakespearean studies in a tiny school in Georgia. I often get too emotionally involved in my cases. I really like my doctors. Some of them I love. I trust them. I think all politicians lie. Hey everybody, I'm Nancy Grace. Over 87 years in the judicial court system, I have been a prosecutor protecting all victims. I'm not scared to put my nose in business where it doesn't belong, because at the end of the day, I'm a hardcore Christian, and I believe the Lord gave me a Bible and a mind and 2 eyes and 1 lying mouth, and I can say what I want to say and believe what I want to believe, because I'm Nancy Grace, and you're listening to Nancy Grace Live, covering the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and Cattle trial. Right now we are covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. They are talking to the judge about issues that I'm not well formed on yet. But believe me, as God is my witness, I will give my opinion. Because that's all that matters at the end of the day. It's the opinion of a woman named Debra. I mean Nancy Grace. I mean Debra. Yeah, Debra. Right now, Patty O'Malley, she's the dressed down woman on the right, is Amber Heard, one of Amber Heard's lawyers, and they are discussing the case. Call her a little dressy downs, and on the other, we've got Shoe Bomb. What was that character? Somebody in control room, feed the character's name from The Simpsons in my ears, please. Shoe Bomb. Rachel Dolezal. She does kind of look like Rachel, to be honest, from the bag. Sideways Bob, was that his name? Sideshow Bob, that's it. Sideshow Bob and Dress Me Down. What was Ron Weasley's mother? That's who's on the right. That's who's on the right, because the whole family, those Weasley families, it ain't nothing but hand-me-downs. Girl, she's wearing her 10th generation right now. Sackflower dress with mismatched stockings. Molly Weasley. Look at Miss Molly Weasley going through her papers. Come on, Molly. Girl, so many damn papers. You can tell there's nothing on them. It's just blank papers. It's blank papers. There's nothing. This is all fake. This is all fake. They can control us. It's Trump papers. It's like when Trump had look, I have all of the bills. It's blank. One thing about me is I'm always truthful. I'm always faithful. Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace here. We are covering day 10 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard cattle trial. I'm Nancy Grace. Good to see everybody. Right now, Sideshow Bob is taking a look at Hillary Clinton's emails. Johnny Depp is looking down. Johnny Depp is playing a fast hand of Candy Crush on his phone as he doodles within the lines of his coloring book. He's having an assortment of a buffet of mints, icebreaker mints. Sideshow Lawyer is texting on Instagram while she enjoys her wonderful Fiji water. Fiji water is some water that we can trust. Obviously, there was a branding issue yesterday. They were using generic bottled waters that looked like they filled them up themselves from a little pond down by an alley next to Joy Behar's homeless encampment. Amy Schumer just scratched her ass. Did not wash her hands, and now she's flipping through her Pictionary book to see what is the next thing they're going to show. She has a nice Apple Nike band, Apple Watch, with a nice white blouse, with a lovely wedding ring. Might I add, a carat or more? Very jealous. We see that Amy Schumer loves to enjoy a second generation iPad Air that looks like it came from circa 2016, which is actually the year that Amber Heard alleges Johnny struck her in the face multiple times, leaving nothing on her face for some strange reason. Is she going to eat that piece of paper? The lawyer has a sticky note that something was written on it. She doesn't look happy right now. She looks like this is something that should not have been written. Is she going to eat that? Is she going to eat it? She just turned her command center chair around. Now she won't look at Johnny. Is she crying? Did Johnny just write her a letter stating the relationship is over? I wonder. That was very sus. She read the note, folded it up into origami, and turned around. Stenographer is typing a romance novel about Loretta Lynn and the time she decided to go into the coal mine when she turned 18 and learned what really happened in her daddy's line of work. Quote from her book, stenographer's book, quote, "That was the day I went down in the mine. I was a coal miner's daughter always, yes, but I had just turned 18 and I wanted to see my daddy's line of work. He always told me, Henny, you don't want to go into that coal mine because, well, at the end of the day, it ain't a place fitting for a woman of your stature and age. But when I turned 18, I decided I would take a chance. I lifted my skirt as I climbed up in the little coal mine coal thingy and got in and pushed the elevator down. It was a dark, bumpy night, but in 4 hours I made it to the base of the coal mine. That's when I seen what actually happened. Well, I was shocked and appalled, I must say. Amber Heard was at the bottom of that coal mine, and she was chasing muffins. And that's when I asked Amber Heard, I said, honey, are you okay? And she said, oh my God, I've been attacked. Look at me. And that's when she kept hitting her face with the coal and trying to say she had a black eye. And I said, Amber, no, that's not a black eye, honey. You literally just rolled coal on your eye. And Amber Heard said, no, Johnny Depp hit me. He struck me twice and pushed me down this coal mine. Loretta Lynn, you have to save me. End quote. Enough of the stenographer's book.
Are we ready
Sideshow
for the jury?
Bob. Looks like the jury's coming in,
We are, Your Honor.
girls.
Thank you.
Ready for the jury. Send in the jury. It's like a drag show. They start coming out. Yes! The jury's coming in. It's a bunch of children, apparently. Apparently this jury is a bunch of kids.
All right, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
Christian Carino.
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's
God,
counsel.
I don't want no more
And,
depositions.
at
Give
some
me a
point switch over
live
to
one.
questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you say it phonetically? Girl, look at all that coffee that she's got.
An address for the record, and you may use your business address if you feel
The
more
weird
comfortable.
kind. We are live, right?
Christian Carino, and the work address is
Yeah.
2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century.
Oh, that's the guy.
And that is in California.
Correct.
This is the guy we seen
And what is
with
your
his ugly
contact
apartment.
I'm a talent agent.
Talent agent with a home that looks like that?
Give me just a very brief description
Yep.
of your education.
Girl, I wouldn't trust
background,
any of your
and
talents. Your talent ain't in design.
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts.
Okay.
And my work
You have an
background is
F
I've been at
in
CA
design.
for approximately 16 years. And before that, I had a 12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
Okay. Can you advertise a better
and who were
home?
those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now, you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I
Not
represent
design.
multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
Transactions. So you're a drug dealer. Johnny Depp's laughing. Yeah, we know why you
And
make your money.
When you say in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling,
Yeah.
all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Not washing his
Okay.
hair.
Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands.
Yeah, she wants to know what
In
you
the
do, though, honey.
entertainment space.
You can't explain your job, then you probably don't deserve all the millions you're
What does
getting.
that mean?
It means
Mm-hmm.
it means
You don't even know what you do.
organize, pitch,
You don't even know what you do.
transact in contractual agreements between talent and
Easy money.
studios, talent,
Hello,
and
Shanty, Shanty, Shanty,
brands, entertainment platforms, and individuals.
That's right, Magda. Good point. The
Brands and
psychiatrist lady knew
individuals.
exactly what she did.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with.
You have a $1 million
different
penthouse?
group of talent within the agency, and for each person, it's different. The business that
Okay.
I personally
Can you count them
oversee
on your
for.
hand?
So in some cases, I am negotiating.
So people just give you money?
contractual agreements for.
So you're just
a
another
music
rich
artist
person that
to
doesn't do anything, yet
go
people
to
that
Las
work at
Vegas.
McDonald's have to
In
work
some
their ass
cases,
off and
I'm
convenient.
transacting an agreement
Uh-huh.
for an artist to have a relationship with a brand.
So people
In
that work
some
at
cases,
McDonald's don't deserve minimum
it's
wage,
an
like
artist
$15
with
minimum.
a
And you can't even tell me
platform
what the hell
like
you do.
Netflix.
Person at McDonald's has 30 different
It
jobs.
spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
What again?
Is one of the objectives of your representation to
I can't stand people
build,
that drink Gatorade or
the
Powerade
careers
that
of
aren't
the individuals you represent?
actual people that need
Yes.
it. It just bothers me.
Did you have any conversations with Mr.
I mean, literally
Waldman
for an
in which
athlete.
you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
One that I can recall.
And when was that?
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation
chicken?
publicly, it is at a minimum a
Is Leatherface
distraction
breaking
to
into your
that
home, Henny?
person's career, and in a lot of cases, it negatively impacts that person because there's attention drawn to them that it is outside of what people
Somebody's in the
want to know about that
bathroom
person.
having a blowout.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Because
ruins
that's
your-
just not what they want to know or hear news about people.
Now, is the judge going to say she thinks this one's bizarre?
And why
After
do
we
you
judge the
believe
poor person that's just trying to effing work?
Based on my experience in this world for the past 16 years.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
Do you also believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies, with brands?
He's friends
things of
with
that nature?
he's friends
Yes.
with Amber.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation.
What?
And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news
That's why we're all
or
following
coverage
this.
of an individual, and the less focused it is on
Americans
that
love
career,
it. I was going to say,
the
what?
less
You got this
interested
backwards, honey. Oh my God,
studios,
Magnet.
brands,
Oh boy, you just as
the
crazy
general
as
public
her.
becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
When you expressed to
There's that
Adam
damn chainsaw
Waldman
again.
that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly.
I
what he
kind
said,
of like, oh boy,
but
boy.
Something.
He's
like,
in Kabbalah too. He's tied like Madonna.
We're gonna.
He's got a tattoo like
Get this
Madonna.
over with as fast as we can.
He must be friends with Madonna.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4. Do you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm
You
sure
just
you
sit there
will.
and said when litigation goes on, it causes
Carino,
it causes
deposition exhibit
brands
number
to drop
5.
the clients. But now
And as
you can
see
tell
here,
now
it's
he's
an
like,
article
oh, I don't know, because
June
they're trying to prove that
21st,
Johnny Depp would have
2017.
never got pirates
The
even
Hollywood gossip.
before this came out
Do you
from Amber
recall
Heard.
that coming up during that time frame, that issue?
This
Have you
is
read or
Lady
heard of the
Gaga's
Rolling
ex-boyfriend, isn't it? It
Yes.
looks like him.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 2. And
So he lives in that
Rolling
penthouse
Stone
because he's her boyfriend.
publication on June 21, 2018.
No wonder
Did
she
you see
dropped
that?
the liar.
Yes.
Did you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino exhibit number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody
You just said
that question
bad things in the public
without
eye
having
affect
done research
jobs.
among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about
Girl,
whether
people get
an article
canceled
like
so
this
fast in
or this
society
particular
nowadays.
Article,
What
in
are
my
you talking
opinion,
about? Be
would have a
honest.
positive or negative effect on somebody's
You're lying because you're friends with Amber
career.
Heard. You
I
said,
could
well, let me try
potentially
Amber
answer
since
that.
no more Gaga.
But as to definitively whether
Yeah, he has
an
pink in his
article
hair, Liz.
has or has not had an impact on somebody's career,
It's chalk, so it's
nobody
washable.
can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino exhibit number 3.
What the hell is he
This
drinking
an
out
article that was published in November of 2018.
Girl,
Do
judging by
you
that wrist, I wouldn't think he
recall
did, Magnet.
Reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
You had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Girl,
Yes.
yes, Jamie.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when timing of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his company in connection with Johnny Depp?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented?
So we just have a blowout?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Jamie.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Well, was it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
It's like a fun house out the fun. Totally,
Yes.
Jamie.
I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean,
Wait, Jake from State Farm?
that It was probably less than 10 in total.
Girls, don't forget to like the video.
Was Mr. Bloom
If you're not
still
subscribed, hit
representing
the
Mr.
subscribe
Depp
button,
when you started
notification bell.
representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your
Magnet.
recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note
Can't.
that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Do you have a recollection?
So you're cheating
of
on the test?
Context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom.
Yes. My recollection.
Mr. Bloom, when's the
of
last time you took
the
a bath?
conversations I had with Jake were
State
in
Farm.
regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Johnny looks kind of pissed right here, honey.
Right.
He needs to smile.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And this is a lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against
She's showing him
Hurgott,
the evidence right now.
Demer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing
What is
litigation
Johnny doing to that pencil?
associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
I said no, Elaine.
Do you recall whether there was any publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint That's Carino number 7.
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Jake
Yes.
Bloom.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And in this particular one, we have, this is the
Magnet, I didn't make coffee this
Article,
morning,
yes.
honey. I've been using my soda stream. I haven't made coffee since I got the soda stream. I've been doing the Red Bull, honey.
that was the
Though I might grind me some coffee later, Magnet.
beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection?
Can we
of
go back to
seeing
the
that?
creepy guy?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to. I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. Do you see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there, but it was filed on
Is
June
he even
13,
paying attention?
2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the Newspapers Limited, who owns the Sun, and then Dan Wooten.
He literally got that hat from a field,
Were you
didn't he?
aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This was published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018. Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other,
Okay.
whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no.
Oh
What
my
did you
God,
mean by that?
Jazzy. He does.
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without
Yeah. Girl,
specific
in the
research
age of
conducted.
cancel culture, yes, there is.
Exactly that case.
The same as in the facts that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
And why not?
What is going on?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit. It's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
In your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
What? Girl, you're lying.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest.
He's here, Kai. He's here. He's here for Amber Heard to show that Amber Heard. You can't sue Amber Heard for defamation because Johnny's career was already crap. She had no effect on his career. Disney was going to drop him anyways, and Harry Potter was going to drop him.
Your definition of reputation, you said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific definition, and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed?
It's funny,
between
he knows
October
more about Johnny Depp than he knows about his
2016
own job.
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation, which is
Bad
what
reputation,
a person is known
bad
for,
reputation.
is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between
Can we
October
ask him why Gaga
2016
dropped his ass?
and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Do you
No, the Muffin Man.
make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
No, look at him. He dresses like this all the time.
Yes.
And what is that?
Girl, you're in court and you dress like this? Lies. He don't have no personal or professional. He's a mess, honey.
Difference
This is him.
between what somebody does on screen.
What?
and off
On
screen.
screen. Personal and professional has nothing to do with on screen. Oh, girl, this girl is faded in the brain.
What is your opinion of
Girl, a
what
McChicken
Mr. Depp
has
was
more brain
known for
cells.
off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
Not invisible?
And that was back in October 2016?
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
By not knowing the Muffin Man?
changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
Teresa. So, if he wasn't
The
visible,
lawsuits that we're talking
how
about
did
are
he
the ones
appear in movies?
that we've already taken a look at. Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15. No, I mean 14.
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
Magnet, thank you for stopping in. Make sure you like the video,
And
Magnet.
when did that change?
Thank you again, Magnet.
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that?
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation.
And his on-screen.
I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
Girl, she's about to fade, honey.
I mean, the things
It's
that
good posture, though.
she's
Even when
accused
she's
Johnny
slouched,
of
she
doing,
keeps her hair
both
back.
that have been made public.
Well, she was assaulted, Kai. What do you expect?
Now, those accusations were made public in
Totally
the
did.
divorce back in 2016, correct?
Totally did.
I don't
Louis.
know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on
this
claims
deposition,
or accusations,
they're going to ask
of,
questions, Teresa. It won't be like a
abuse,
cross-examination, but I think
then
after they get
that,
done,
in my
they'll
opinion,
ask.
would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking
What
about...
the hell? Now he's drinking a
Amber's
beer?
accusations,
Girl, he
and
went from
your
a
view that those would have the
Powerade
most
to something
dramatic
in some
impact
damn, I don't know what that was, in some
Mr.
plastic little sippy
Depp's
cup. Now he's got a
off-screen
beer,
reputation.
3 drinks.
And you were talking about her accusations of
I hope that
domestic
wasn't a beer.
abuse
It
and
looked like a
violence, correct?
beer. Like a beer
Yes.
bottle.
Were you aware...
Is the judge
that
going to
the
say how
Dan
bizarre this
Wooten,
is? Probably not, because it's a rich
article
person.
published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
first the article itself that was in the paper.
Kombucha,
Why
though,
is J.K.
you can
Rowling
catch a
genuinely
buzz on
happy
kombucha.
about
There's
employing
alcohol in
Mr.
it, impeccable.
Depp, the wife
So
beater?
that's not appropriate, in my
Yes.
opinion.
And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Jesus.
Given that the
Oh my
Mandel
God,
lawsuit
he's
included
throwing him back.
accusations
Gray's
by
just gonna
Amber
pull out some
Heard of
lobster
domestic
tail
violence,
snacks, crab legs.
by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you
Oh my
were
God.
aware
Turn
that
it up,
the
honey.
op-ed by Dan
It's gonna start
Newton
doing a
and
perm in
Son
a second.
included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much
He's on
Mr.
his
Depp's
phone.
off-screen reputation was impacted
What?
by the complaint that was filed in this case?
Look, you can see somebody
that
in front of him.
contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic
Do you not
violence
realize you have a
against
mirror
Mr. Depp.
behind you, sir?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation
Looking at his
was
phone.
impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was
We got
impacted
about 12
by
more
the
minutes of this
accusations
pre-recorded
included
deposition.
in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
I mean, you ask
Are you
questions,
aware
Teresa, but
of
I don't think
any
it's like cross. I don't know.
role
Is it still considered cross examination? I don't think so
that
because
Mr. Depp lost
well, it could be.
as a
Could be.
result
I don't know.
of the op-ed by Dan Wooten.
Deposition, you're just trying to get information, so you're just going to keep
Are
asking
you
questions.
aware
So you're
of
really
any
not going to have
role
time to
or
like
bi-
try to
when I'm
catch
saying
someone in a
opportunity,
lie
any
or
kind of business
something.
opportunity,
That could be
that
wrong.
Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of the claim
Jamie.
that Mr. Depp filed.
Girls, if
Are
you're just
you
joining us,
aware
hit that like
of
button, please.
Any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post? Are you aware of
You
any
liar.
roles or business opportunities
What
that
is he
Mr.
doing?
Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
And Hogwarts,
Do you remember which one that was?
Part 6, and Harry Potter.
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
And Harry Potter.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why? What is your understanding
Laughing.
of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
Boom. There we go.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion?
By
based on?
Amber. Girl. By Amber. I hope he wins this.
Conversations with colleagues and studios.
Even though she doesn't have 100 million. But it's the
I'm sorry, I
point.
didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
15,000.
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Oh.
Probably mostly Jerry and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
2047.
When did you have any conversations with
Caught you in a
colleagues?
lie.
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was
Jamie.
that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
Oh.
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong. The
All right, girls,
only
I
person
got to
at
stretch. Give me 1
Disney
second.
that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic
I love how they're trying to.
by Mr. Depp, correct?
Girl. That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the
Depp
break,
was
we were
fired
talking
due to the
about
allegations,
your
honey.
discussion
Everybody
with Jerry
knows this.
Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA.
The CIA.
respecting, Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question
Warner
came up right
Brothers.
before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
So you're dating.
And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. You had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Yeah, Teresa.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I'm asking.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the
You're untouchable.
directive
Nobody
of the
wants to work
studio,
with you.
and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
Yeah.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney?
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
Same thing.
Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Oh.
Were you aware of whether that
Oh, I wish we had
was
a cut of Johnny's
troublesome
face.
to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Oh.
Working around Mr.
His lawyer
Depp?
wrote something down for him to read.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others?
But it had to be shut down because Amber Heard smashed his finger off, cut it off.
In other words,
so
Mr.
again,
Depp thought
it's her
something should
fault.
be
It's
this
her
way or
fault.
something
He's
should
been
be that way,
canceled.
and
It's
they
her
didn't
fault.
do
His
that.
finger that they had to shut it down. It was due
What
to
is
her
your
chopping
understanding
his
of that?
finger off by smashing it with a
There
vodka
was a
bottle.
difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr.
The de-aging
Depp
tech,
thought it should be edited?
because they de-aged him in the entire movie.
I don't know how
That's
to describe
the last one
difference
was the
between
prequel one, right? I think so.
the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny
Yes, Miss B.
told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, it wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirate 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone
Girl,
at
she's
CAA
paid
on
in
behalf of
Henny.
Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CAA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wiggum.
Okay, now we're going to watch one of his films.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which...
Okay. Maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just close enough to it?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
You got to go tinkle again. I think the jurors are leaving. Yeah, the jurors are leaving.
All right.
All right, girls, the jurors just left in their old mobiles. We're going to take a short break here at Church of Debra Live. It has been very fun covering the 10th day of the Johnny Depp trial, I must admit. It has really been a fascinating experience, experiencing with all you girls. If you have not liked and subscribed tonight or today, if you would do that for me, I'd really appreciate it. As Magnet said, there's more likes than people. Live track, thank you. Girls, thank you so much. I'm going to go take a tinkle and a short stretch and a refill on my vodka tonic. And I'll be right back. Hello, Wendy. Hello. It's your first time chatting. Thank you so much for the love, Wendy. You're so kind. Girls, go get you something nice to drink, something cool to eat. All right. Yeah, something like that. I'll be right back. Okay, y'all? All right. Give me 1 second. Welcome back, everybody. Jurors are coming in. Well, she didn't like the way that one juror took off. One was running late. One was running
Continue
late.
with this witness then?
Yes, thank you.
Lord,
We'll
a
now play
late
volume
juror.
2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, which is the questioning from counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
You're aware that this litigation involves a dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Girl, she's applying makeup. Do it,
And you know
honey.
both of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Who did you meet first?
Amber.
When did you meet her?
The hell?
I don't know.
I thought that was
when,
like
but
something popped up on the screen, and I thought they were showing him on
Probably
Zoom. Like, when did
within
you meet her? And I'm like,
the first
that's
few years
not a
of
real
being FCA.
person. I was like, wait,
Definitely,
what?
the estimates say,
When did you meet the blow up
2005,
doll,
2006
sir?
timeframe?
Sure. I don't actually know, but sure.
But it was pretty early on at your career at CAA.
Correct.
And describe for me the events of your meeting her.
So this is March 11th, 2022. Dirty hair still.
She was
Still dirty hair.
represented theatrically at the time by an agent named Warren Zavala, who has since left CAA.
Same
And
dirty
he
hair.
brought her down to my office because he wanted me to represent her with him,
I mean,
specifically in the
for us
commercial
poor
space.
people, I can understand not having perfect teeth, but millions of dollars.
And
Girl,
what do you
go
mean
to a
represent her in the
dentist.
commercial space?
He's having a cocktail
Help
during a
identify
deposition.
business opportunities
Yet
for
the
her
dude
with
that was
brands.
riding around because he wanted to make sure he was
So not
not
as an
late for
actor?
work
Correct.
is bizarre.
And did you take on that representation?
Girl, you
I
can't
did.
make this up.
And at some point in time, you did consider her a friend, as in addition to you two working together. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities
Oh,
you two would do together
girl.
as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to events together, just hang out at each other's residences.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see.
Oh.
And at some point in time, did Mr. Depp become a good a friend to you as Miss Heard? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider,
The cocktail for you?
at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Miss Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
Yeah. Pink apple
And when you
juice,
began
Sherry
representing
G.
Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another town agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
When you moved to UTI?
Within the past 2 years.
And can you describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp?
Miss Heard.
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
And who is that person?
Jack Wiggum.
Was Mr. Wiggum ever affiliated with CAA?
Old Wiggum boy.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And say that when Jack Wiggum departed CAA, Johnny went with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Depp left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
No.
Yes or no? There you go.
Well, I should probably first ask, at some point in time,
Did you have a falling out?
did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
Why was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Miss Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Okay. But your friendship with, you're not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain friends with both of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Although you're no longer friends with Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Miss Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Miss Heard?
I do not.
Would it have been around the same time that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
No, Mr. Carino.
He's 16. He looks older than 16.
If you can see it. Do you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? And take your time if you need to review it.
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand this to be a true and authentic copy of email exchange in which you were involved?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. and you'll see it's dated January 11th, 2018, and the subject is WME. Do you know what is your understanding of what WME is?
William Morris Endeavor.
And what is that?
It's another talent agency.
Okay. And you've read this email from Ms. Heard to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
Yes.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
During the entire time you represented Ms. Heard, did Mr. Depp ever interfere with your representation of Ms. Heard?
No.
Did he ever ask
What is he
you
doing?
to
Arts
do
and
anything,
crafts?
with respect to
What is he doing?
her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here. The bait stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Heard. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Maybe.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation of the exchange?
Maybe.
Yes.
And to be authentic in that regard?
Maybe.
Yes.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced. What is the JD reference?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday. Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with Laurel seeing either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
Come on, here we go. Here's the
I
text.
introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Heard about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Heard have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp? Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of their relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry, the entire time you considered her a friend?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Depp? Did you have conversations with him about the state of his relationship with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And were those ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Hello, little honey.
You say
I
they
just
both
realized the
confided
chat
in you
disappeared.
in that regard?
Where'd
Yes.
the chat go? Damn.
So back to this text exchange. Where my cursor is.
There it goes. I was say, what the hell? It's changed colors, though.
Miss Heard says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who do you know who Miss Heard's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
And
This
then
man
you
is
asked
so
her, "Do you want
boring.
to do
No wonder
something tomorrow?"
Gaga dropped
She
his
says,
name.
Yeah. She says, IDP, I do.
He's not bad looking, though. I mean, he's
Okay.
handsome.
And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
Girl. Is
It
this
meant
why Gaga
avoiding
left him?
paparazzi. Okay. And then she says, it's so fucked up. I just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Garino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked you if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case. And you said yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
Jack Wiggum was an agent at
Did he
CA
die?
who worked with Johnny.
Did they kill him?
Okay. And who is Mr. Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked on Johnny Depp.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Oh my God, it is
Lou,
chief
you
of
asking my
police.
opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
Oh, so now we're being. Oh
What
no,
I'm
he's
about
doing
to
the
show you,
opinion.
Mr. Carino, is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article will be presented sideways.
Oh, fancy.
So you'll have to tilt your head a bit.
What?
To review it.
You'll have to tilt your
So I need to
head
do,
to review. Yeah.
First, Mr.
What?
Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through.
Girl,
the
lawyers
documents, just
don't know how to
couple
use
pages.
a computer. Literally said the article is going to be tilted. You'll have to tilt your head. I can't.
Is this the top of the next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that.
Amber
just-
Heard is an actress and ambassador on women's rights and the American Civil Liberties Union. Oh, ad. Amber Heard is an actress and ambassador on women's rights at the American Civil Liberty Union. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. I knew that men had the power, physically, socially, financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew, well, I knew. Never gonna love again. Loving you. Easy cuz. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never work as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mara in the movie Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. I didn't add that. Girl, how long does it take him to read? This man has millions of dollars and reads. I mean, I have a Bockerville education level. Bockerville. Ma'am, there. What? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dum 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 dum.
Mr. Carino, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
No.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
Nope. She didn't write that.
And do you see there on this first page of the document, it actually indicates that it's written by Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018.
But it's not written by Amber Heard.
Yes.
And do you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
They lied.
And do
She
you
worked for the
recall reading it at the time
ACLU.
it
They
was
helped
published?
write it for her.
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved. It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Take a second. Girl, it'll take 10 hours. Can we see it, please? He's scratching his crotch.
Okay.
And
looking at his girlfriend.
let's start at the bottom of this. Well, do you see at the top that the email Ray line is entitled Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't return in new Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Yes.
Look, he's looking at his wife.
This email exchange was on
her
December
girlfriend.
20th,
Get me something to
2018,
drink.
correct?
Tut. This drink ain't gonna fill itself.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there is this link to an article?
Yes.
He just rubbed his
And it
nose
says,
boogers in his beard.
URL defense, I'm sorry, it says movieweb.com.
Movie web.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay. So this article is
I
dated
just realized
December 20th,
something.
2018.
The reason he's in a different
The email
setting is
sent to you
because
by,
Johnny fired him. And Amber
Robin
left him, so he
Bond
has no more money.
is that same day, December 20th, 2018.
So he had to
correct?
sell that penthouse. Couldn't afford it anymore.
Yes.
Who is Miss Baum?
Johnny's publicist.
Miss Baum.
And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response,
Girl,
you say,
that's got to be a hard name to live up to.
were we told,
Especially if you're getting on an
this
airplane.
officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost
Your great granddaddy was the bomb maker.
because of
And
Miss
so
Heard's
are you,
allegations. Is that
Annabella.
accurate?
Come on now.
Yes.
Make those
Allegations
bombs.
of abuse, correct?
Make granddaddy proud.
Yes.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirate 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Heard?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had physically abused Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness any injuries on Miss Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing.
Girl, the
divorce
painting
papers
looking at us is creeping me
and
out.
the TRO, and Miss Heard states to you, "I'll call you right back. Sorry." And you say, "Okay." She says, "Is it too late to call?" And you say, "Just finishing dinner. We'll call you as soon as we walk out within 20. And she says, "Please tell him I love him." Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know if at this time, based on your relationship with Miss Heard and Mr. Depp, whether Miss Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Miss Heard, based on your personal friendship with Miss Heard, close personal friendship with Miss Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
That gap behind him that
Mr.
goes to
Colonel,
the
at some point in
ceiling or
time,
the wall. Do y'all see that gap?
after
That
Miss
bothers
Heard
me. His
filed those divorce
cabinets.
papers in May of 2016.
That gap's not normal.
Did she make any requests of you to
Looks trashy.
intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Whoa.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting.
Girl, I hope he
I
doesn't
set the
bring
meeting
back the Powerade. It'll
Just so I
bother me.
understand, you set the meeting up at the request of Ms. Heard?
Sport drinks are made for athletes, honey. Not anybody
as
else.
Part of you setting up, she told you that
You're not running 17,000 marathons, honey,
it
while you
didn't
sit in
matter.
your house.
I'm trying to understand what was the issue with respect to the TRO?
My understanding of a restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of
What the hell?
her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion?
Is that a sneeze or a
With
fart?
respect to that issue in connection with
Or a snort?
her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to
Or
relate to
hangovers.
him
You're right,
that
Lynn.
she would never accuse him of violating the restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her. And I believe, but I don't recall exactly, there were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to
his
borrow
band.
a friend's house. And
As one does, borrowing a
Amber
house.
and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet
Yes,
in the same room?
After she
they sat outside.
wanted, or she had a restraining
How
order
close to
made.
each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
They were conspiring to get him
And
arrested.
how
You
long,
know, something weird like that was
Were
going
they out
on.
there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you weren't out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact
This is
happen?
weird. This makes no sense.
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
This
And was it
is
the three
so
of you?
bizarre.
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
Girl, this was a
And do
setup.
you recall any details?
So
of
there
your-
would be a paper trail that
and for how long were you? Was this
that
argument
you know
had
he
in a
rented that
room?
hotel room knowing
Yes.
that she had a restraining
you
order
witness
against
the
him, so she
entire
could be
discussion,
like,
or
"I
did
was
you leave at
staying
some
there.
point?
He rented it and was stalking me."
I left the next morning.
This is some Lifetime
o'clock in the morning
movie
or 6 o'clock in the
network
morning.
And
craziness.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you.
This is
the bottom of the first
insane.
page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber.
Well, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
Literally
I'm
filling
saying,
space. She wanted to
why
go to
would
Mars.
You be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with.
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Elon.
She just wanted the fame.
And at this point in time, were you still close friends with Miss Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time. Yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationships?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, I'm sorry, she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that? No. She says, I hate that. Yet again, a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, sorry.
Girl, it's a
She
tick.
says like that. You say, you could avoid all this if you stop dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous.
Oh, he must be in love with her.
What
Girl,
were you,
not the little
relating to her
tear. Girl, stop.
I believe what I was saying was, if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
Girl.
Do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who she?
He looks kind of cute right there. Look at him, how he looks.
She was said,
I mean, he's not a bad-looking man, y'all.
Johnny.
He's just dirty.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
Oh, look at the face she made.
I think
she considered you a confidant.
Yes.
She squished up her
just
face.
to
I'll see that.
Authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino. Do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, bait stamped CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And having read this, do you perceive this as a true and correct copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
Oh, God. Girl.
And Ms. Heard
she is
states
such
to
a
you,
bad actress.
I've written so many notes.
She just
Can you give
she's
him
acting
one?
like she's crying,
I
but
don't know
honey,
how or
there's
where to
there's
start.
literally
There's
not
no
a
way to
tear. We can
begin.
see your side
And
profile
all I
here.
have to say, but I have so many.
Girl.
Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of
After she
who
ruined his
Ms. Heard is referring
relationship
to here?
with Disney and Warner
And
Brothers.
who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
And did she also want you to, and it says, and that I am sorry. What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Miss Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay. And I know this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want you to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the Bates stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Hurd is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Mr. Perino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And was Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
I was going to say, probably not. But he just did it to have fun. Well, Johnny.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
Plaintiff calls Laura Wasser by deposition, Your Honor. WASS.
My God, I'm so sick of all these deposition. I can't even say it anymore.
Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Laura Allison Wasser, Wasser, Cooperman and Mandels, Suite 800, 2049 Century Park East, Los Angeles, California, 90049.
Girl, another
Thank you.
rich one.
What is your occupation?
I'm an attorney at law.
And how long have you been an attorney?
26 years.
You represented Mr. Depp in the divorce against Amber Heard. Is that
This one's
correct?
26, I think.
Yes.
And you are here under subpoena?
Yes.
Your practice has primarily been focused on domestic relations in California. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you a member of any bar other than California?
No.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a no-fault state with respect to divorce?
The answer is that California was a no-fault state during that period.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a community property state with respect to the division of assets in a divorce?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
California is a community property state, and what that means to me is that assets which were earned or created during the course of the marriage, absent some other theory of law applied, be divided equally.
Okay.
And what do you mean by absent some theory or law applied?
I'm sorry, Elaine, what was the question? Oh, a theory of law. When I say a theory of law, I mean if there's a premarital agreement, if there's some other, it's not completely blanket community property. There may be things that were earned from a separate property
I don't know,
source
but
that would
her
not be considered
overlook
community
balcony
property. So I
is
was just
trashy
trying to
as hell looking,
provide,
y'all.
For the record,
Look at that.
some
She's got
exceptions to
garland
what would
all
be
through there,
considered
looking like a
community property
Mardi
and
Gras
therefore
float or
divided
something.
equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change the amount they would otherwise be entitled to under community property laws?
No.
In obtaining
Girl,
a
just because you
temporary
have money don't mean you have
restraining order,
taste. She literally doesn't even have her
what is your
paintings
understanding of the
hanging.
process?
And behind her, they're just
The
leaning
moving
against the
party
wall on the desk.
files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence, a declaration and forms with the court, and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the
Totally did,
defendant is able
Liz.
to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
And the temporary restraining order, can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document
She's a lawyer,
one,
but
Wasser
she ain't that
document one.
professional
Let's go
at
ahead and
all,
label
is
that
she?
As Wasser exhibit number 1. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser deposition exhibit number 1. It is a letter dated May 24, 2016. It's addressed to Jacob Bloom, and it says in remarriage of Depp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Samantha Spector, who indicates she's representing Amber Heard. As of the time of this letter, had you made known to Amber Heard or Ms. Spector or anyone else related to them that you represented Mr. Depp?
I don't believe so.
Did you receive a copy of this letter from someone?
I believe so. I think I've seen it before, so yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please. Hang on. Yes, it was around that time.
I mean, you signed it.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes,
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
This letter was not directed to me, Elaine.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
I love how they started playing this one, but they
Once
didn't
we
tell us
received
that it
this
was going to
letter,
be Amber
our firm
Heard's
took over
lawyers
with
doing the
representation of
deposition in
Mr.
the
Depp in
beginning.
the
I feel like this will
dissolution
cause
action.
confusion with the
I
jury.
cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was.
She is
Probably notice an
tired,
acknowledgement
Penny.
receipt somewhere with a date on
It
it.
is a big bother.
Now, the next section, I think, is something that you referred to earlier. It said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. And it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have an understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall
What about Phil
our
Spector?
specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
I've never met a counter in my
All I
life. My
recall is
Amish do
that
all my counters.
without any
Objection.
notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went into court and obtained a no-notice ex parte restraining order.
Oh, is that funny to you? Look at her. Oh, and she's
Have
sipping
you
some
had
water after
any
that.
communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
Do you have a recollection of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court on Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those.
Now listen to
Is that
this.
accurate?
As you're aware, your
It's
client
not
and
accurate.
Amber Heard's husband, Johnny Depp, violently attacked and
In-
threatened Amber
in
on
what way?
Saturday night, May
Explain.
21st. Their penthouse
I
apartment
recall
located
that
at
we had
849 S Broadway.
communications between
Witnesses
the
to this
24th
particular
and
incident. There
probably
are
the
photographs
26th.
depicting the
I doubt
property
we
damage
spoke on the
Johnny
morning of the
caused, as well as
27th before she
physical
went into
injuries
court.
he
I do
inflicted
not
on
know the
Amber.
content of those
Girl, the
communications, and I do not know
lies.
how many communications were had.
Unfortunately, this is not the first incident of domestic
Now,
violence
on the
perpetrated
next
by Johnny
paragraph,
against
it
Amber. In
has
fact, there have been
proposals
2
for
other
private
incidents in the
retired
past 6
judicial
months.
officers.
Although Amber is afraid of Johnny.
Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
You did. It says in
What
your
do you
letter,
recall?
Henny.
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high-profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Uh-oh. Look at her smiling. Liar. I don't recall.
Now,
Oh, he don't
after-
like
your
her. He needs to
understanding was
smile.
that
You don't want
a
to come off
Class
angry
BB
looking.
TRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
Although
After
Amber
that,
is afraid of Johnny, she strongly
Did there come
insists that we do
time
everything possible to
that
keep this
you
personal
or
matter out of the
anyone
media
on-
spotlight,
at
which is
your
why
law
she has
firm
not yet sought
communicated with the Eastern
Cletus
Columbia
DV
Building
TRO,
concierge staff
and why we
or
did not
management?
arrange for Johnny to have been personally served at last night's movie
Were
premiere.
those the downtown
Girl, they were
loft?
going to serve him at a movie's
The
premiere.
penthouse
Girl,
lofts,
the
yes.
drama that would have
And if it's
caused.
easier for you, everyone's been referring
Amber wishes
the
to work
Eastern
quickly
Columbia
towards a
Building
private
as
and amicable
ECB.
resolution of
Would
all
that be
matters,
helpful at all?
but she will need Johnny's immediate
Or we can- if you prefer to
cooperation
call
to
them
do
the penthouse
so.
loft
To this
building, that's
end,
fine, too.
please have Johnny
Now that
promptly
we've
sign and return by
identified
Friday,
them,
May
I understand
27,
what you're talking
2016.
about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at those buildings? Yes.
Uh-oh.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
I do not recall.
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July of 2016.
No, you indicated either you or Samantha Klein or Lisa Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific recollection of speaking with anyone at the ECB building?
I don't.
What were Samantha Klein's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were Samantha Klein's communication with the ECB building?
Okay.
And her answer was, I don't know.
Thank you. What were Lisa Sutton's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were your co-counsel's communications with the ECB building? And when I say ECB building, I'm not talking about the structure. I'm talking about the individuals who worked there.
I don't.
And just so we're clear here, you don't recall any communications with the ECB building staff as well, correct?
I don't
You
know.
asked me if I had a specific recollection. I do not.
Do you have a general recollection?
I believe that at some point we subpoenaed the building's records of the video from the lobby and elevator areas. So I would imagine that the communications would have to do with those subpoenas.
Are you able to testify to any conversation you or anyone at your firm or your co-counsel had with the ECB building staff?
I am sure that there were conversations and communications regarding the production of the subpoenaed documents, review of the subpoenaed documents, their compliance with, I believe it was Ms. Spector's subpoena that was sent. Our ability to review the
Hello,
videos,
the old lady, honey.
coordination of same. But I don't have a specific recollection of any communications.
Are you able to speak to whether there were any conversations between you, anyone at your law firm, or your co-counsel and ECB building personnel prior to your issuing the subpoena?
Also, I don't believe that the subpoena was issued by our firm. As you said.
So you don't have a recollection of a subpoena being issued on Mr. Depp's behalf for the ECB building surveillance tapes?
I don't know. I know that there was one issued. I believe it was issued by Ms. Spector.
Let's talk about the videos that you just referred to from the ECB building staff. How did you and your firm or your co-counsel receive these videos?
I don't recall. I would imagine like a e-file or something like that.
Now, is it your recollection that there was just one e-file that contained all of the
Of course, she's using a
surveillance
coffee
tapes?
mug for tea.
I don't have a recollection as to whether it was 1 or 7 or what. I just don't know.
When you were talking about receiving the video surveillance footage on whatever, whether it was 1 file or 7 files, whether it was e-file or whatever, did you have any understanding that you were not provided the full amount that was requested, whatever the amount was?
No.
So you thought you received whatever you were supposed to receive, is that fair?
Yes.
What did you do with the actual surveillance video footage that you received?
Girl, she boofed it, Your
I believe
Honor.
we kept it on the computer at least for the next couple of months in preparation for trial.
Johnny's falling asleep, honey.
I don't know where it is now.
You need to wake him
That's
up,
my
honey.
next question. Is there a time that you no longer
Girl, somebody
possess
bump
the
him,
video
honey.
surveillance footage that was sent to you by the ECB building?
I don't know.
This is the most boring
That's what I'm going to ask you to
deposition
take
we
a
have
look at
had.
What has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's a multi-page document, and so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but
The only thing she needs to be recalling
fast
is
here.
her design choices in that
It's
horrible
dated
house.
June
So she
3rd,
needs to be recalling.
and it's to Samantha Klein. She was working with you on the Depp case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's from Samantha Spector, which you can see there, and we'll show you the signature later. And it's litigation hold preservation of information, including not limited to electronically stored information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that first.
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July that you received the surveillance footage. Is that still your best recollection?
Looking at the date and knowing the chronology of the case, it is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received the video footage.
I don't recall.
Ms. Wasser,
What the hell are you sucking down soup? What are you doing?
Co-counsel take to preserve the surveillance video footage of ECB from the time you received it going forward?
I think the absence of us doing anything to destroy the video footage would be the most I could testify regarding in terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
Oh God, did she destroy something?
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No, we probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No.
Have you been asked to look for it?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has now been marked as Watson Deposition Exhibit number 3, and it's dated June 6, 2013, addressed to you, and it's from Charles Harder. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
Okay. And did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 4. It's dated June 6th as well, and it's to Charles Harder from your phone. And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his, and you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence. Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes.
And was this letter in fact from you to Mr. Harder?
It was.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016 to Samantha Spector, Charles Harder, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm?
Yes.
And represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceeding. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel, representatives, or agents shall make any comments in the media or press pertaining to this dissolution action, the civil action pending against Doug Spinell, and or any pending or future litigation between or involving the parties. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Does that accurately reflect the agreement that was made between the parties with respect to Amber Heard and Mr. Depp in communications with the press?
Yes.
Do you know Liz Walters?
Who?
Liz Walters?
Yes.
And who is she?
She is a reporter.
For?
I believe she works for her brother's online media outlet called The Blast.
The Blast?
Did you have any communications with Liz Walters during the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Did you have any communications with TMZ relating to the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Now, do you recall what the date was for the permanent TRO, temporary restraining order? Do you recall the date that you said that early on, 21 days after the temporary restraining order is typically the date that's set for the hearing for the defendant if they want to come in and oppose it, or if the petitioner wants to extend it? Do you recall what the first date was?
I don't, but I would imagine it was probably at some point in early June.
All right. And then do you recall that date being continued?
I do.
How many times?
At least twice, possibly 3 times. I think that the final date was at some point in August, and we settled right before then.
Girl, they better hurry up. My cup just ran out.
All right, Alan, can we bring up document number 7?
Is Ellen peeing? What does that sound? It's like really Ellen. Since Ellen got canceled, they fired her from her show. She's working for the other girl now.
Thank you, Alan. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 7. It is dated August 5, 2016. It is to you from Samantha Spector. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you receive this document?
Doesn't it say at the top that it's protected under 1152?
It sure does. All I'm asking you is whether you received it. I'm not asking you about the substance.
I don't remember.
Oh.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive it?
I don't.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at.
They're putting another document up on the screen.
Exhibit number 8. And it starts out with an email from Samantha Spector to Amber on August 6, 2016.
Okay. I think they're trying to tell her something.
Do you recall what was going on or around August 16 in this divorce, in connection with the divorce?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
I do.
Okay, who is he?
He's an agent at a creative artist agency.
How long have you known Christian Carino?
I've known of Christian for maybe
she knows us.
10 years.
Damn.
You're aware that Mr. Carino was involved in organizing, if you will, or assisting Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard with their own meeting to try to resolve their case up in San Francisco.
Possibly. That sounds vaguely familiar.
You on
when she had a restraining order?
At any point while Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were meeting to discuss attempted resolution of the issues during the summer of 2016.
What was your question? Was I on the telephone?
Yes. Were you on the telephone?
Don't lie, honey. They might have your records.
Ms. Heard were in the hotel room and were talking.
No.
Were you ever on the telephone when Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were together talking during the summer of 2016, no matter where they were?
On the telephone?
Yes.
No.
Were you ever on the toilet?
Ms. Heard, and Ms. Heard was on speaker, and you were on speakerphone with the two of them?
No.
You recognize the name? I'm going to get this here.
Do you recognize the name on what?
Joe Sweeney?
I do.
And who was he?
Joe Sweeney is a forensic accountant who specializes in family law forensic accounting, and he was Ms. Heard's forensic accountant in the Disso matter.
And was Edward White acting as the forensic accountant for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. White provide the documentation that was then submitted to Samantha Spector as counsel for Ms. Heard?
I believe it came from Mr. White's office. Also probably of note is the fact that Mr. Depp changed business management shortly before or during the course of the case, so it is possible that some of the documents came from predecessor business manager.
I'm going to show you what
Jesus?
is marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 10, and I'm not going to ask you any specific questions, so I don't need you to have to review it in detail unless you'd like to, and you're certainly welcome to spend as much time as you'd like on it. But I'm just going to go down to the end of it, and I'm going to ask if this is the deal point memorandum that you referred to that was finalized on August 15, 2016.
Since the parties' signatures appear at the bottom, as well as Ms. Spector's and mine, I believe that this is the deal point memorandum to which I was referring.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that it is not the final deal point memorandum?
No.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 11. And it's a series of documents. An FL-150, for example.
She was the lawyer appointed the lawyer that they choose for the divorce.
The next part, 1 of 1. Just try to page through it for you just so you can see generally. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Could you tell me what it is, please?
Girl, Amy Schumer is going in on her
documents.
documents.
I guess Mr. Depp's, what we call in California, preliminary or perhaps final declaration of disclosure. It's just financial disclosure forms.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you if you can take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 12.
Ring-a-ding-a-ding, ring-a-ding-a-ding. This lady has a bad house.
Many pages. I think it's 50 total. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's parties' related judgment for dissolution of marriage.
Is there a specific amount that was paid to Amber Heard as part of this divorce settlement and judgment for
Objection document. I'm sorry.
For her claims of domestic violence, including any claims of assault, battery, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and or defamation?
I don't believe that we segregated out what the total amount was being paid for.
Okay.
Did you make any effort to seal, S-E-A-L, the records in this case? And I'm referring to the case in front of us.
Sure she did. She didn't want it leaked before she was saying it.
Marriage or partnership of Amber Laura Depp and John Christopher Depp II, filed in Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
When you say seal, do you mean by the court, to ask the court to seal the file?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And why not?
We don't do that.
I'm going to ask you to take a
The
look at
hell?
what has been marked as Deposition Exhibit number 13.
This
is a subpoena of you for this deposition. Did you receive that? Do you want me to scroll through it? Would you like to?
No, I believe that we received it.
All right. And you are testifying.
What are they showing us?
Pursuant to this subpoena, correct?
I am.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 14. And this is for the corporate designee of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos. You see that?
I do.
For today's deposition. Is it your understanding that
I wish
you
they'd
are
put
the
up on the
corporate
screen what
designee
she's
on
looking
behalf of
at?
Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos speaking today?
Oh, they did. They
Yes.
put it up.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think given the hour, that'll be all the testimony that you hear today, okay? So we'll go ahead and recess for the day. Make sure you don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Get some good rest, all right? Thank you.
They're leaving.
Okay.
Girl, Amber is not looking
Tomorrow, then
happy.
we'll be starting with that other deposition. That's correct. And how long is that? Or
Let's see how
approximately?
her reaction changes.
2.5 hours. So I'll take care of the morning probably for the most part.
2.5
And then you have remote witnesses after that. Is that correct?
Oh my God.
Okay, so you're gonna get me the contact information for those so we can get that taken care of. All right, just remember we do plan accordingly because I do need to take lunch between 1:30 and 2:30 because there's a graduation I have to speak at. So we're gonna take care of that. Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good
She has to
evening.
speak at a graduation for lunch? Damn, honey. She would, girl, she gonna hit the gas. Girl, I hope she gets a police escort, honey. Rum. She's gonna be flying. It's only an hour, girl. Lord help us. Lord help us. Did he just, was he speaking to Amber? Is that his dad? I knew his assistant was there. See, look how fake she is now that they're out. What are they talking about? She's like, I didn't get sick from Taco Bell. Never, not once. I think that's Amber's mom. Here, everybody. Simply Sarah sent these cookies. We're just gonna eat them. Girl, she gonna just stay. They're probably telling her, like, honey, you're screwed. Girl, you should just do this or that. Because you're screwed, honey. Oh, whatever they're telling her is making her cry now. Now she's really crying. I think they're telling her she's screwed, honey. Should the camera still be on her, though? I feel like this is kind of inappropriate. Maddie, should I wear my mirror costume to the court tomorrow? Maybe she will, maybe she won't. I don't know, Mama was kind of smiling though. Maybe it's not so bad, I don't know. Girl, I know she's gonna break the internet though when she finally does get on the witness stand, honey. I love how she's got all this stuff like she's doing all this herself. Girl, she don't even know how to read. I'm just playing. Obviously knows how to read. But I'm just saying. She's got all this stuff in her little briefcasing. I think they just told her cameras are still on her. They're telling her something that's making her cry. I don't think it's looking good for her, y'all. I mean, I hate to go ahead and weigh in so early because, you know, we still got a ways to go, but I just feel like it's just too far set in stone, honey. It's just too far set in stone. I just feel like, honey, the cat's out of the bag, honey. You did defame him, honey. You lied. All these people. I mean, nobody saw anything, girl. Nothing. Becky over there's about to pass out, girl. I feel like this is the best spot for them to have a discussion because the paparazzi. I'm sure they're scared to do it anywhere else because people might listen. Girl, Amy Schumer got out of there. I don't know. We need a name for their Amy Schumer in the back right there. With the bun. Can't think of a name for her. We have Amy Schumer. It's got to be a nice name. Nobody be mean. She kind of favors Simply Sarah, though. They're telling her they got to go. You have to get out. You got to go, honey. This ain't no Starbucks, honey. Get the hell up out. Yeah. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Oh my God, she would be. Yeah, Melissa McCarthy with her bun up. Yeah, Melissa McCarthy. So we got Amy Schumer and Melissa McCarthy. Well, girls, we have had an event. We have had an event tonight. We truly have. Babe. Girls, depending on my schedule tomorrow, with this deposition, I might, I might go live late. I'm not sure. Because I do want to do the live witnesses. But, I don't know. Just be on the checkout on Discord and my socials. And we'll see. I'm about to go for a bike ride. And get some exercise in. And I might be back on Twitch later. Girls, it has been so fun. Thank you so much for everybody joining. Thank you so much for liking the video and everything. I really appreciate it. It's been fun to cover this. I feel like we're spending time during history. I mean, you know, because this is really important. But anyways, girls, it has been really fun. Be on the lookout, like I said, on the Discord or something. If I go live on the Twitch, I surely will. But it's been fun hanging out with you girls. It really has. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. If you don't come over to the Twitch, if I do a Twitch, but I'm just saying. Well, y'all. Will Brenda be pedaling your bike? Brenda will be pulling me on the bike. It's, I just sit on it and then she ties it to the car and hits the gas and I just get dragged sideways, honey. All right, everybody, this is Nancy Grace signing out because at the end of the day, the truth matters. The truth matters.